Hello. Ow. Yeah, I did. Also, who the fuck is this? Uh, Hold on. Let me put on some music. Hold on. Hello. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hello. Give me a second. Alright, cool. What is it? Uh, much hours? I think it was about 3K, if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, no, I already had that. Cool. Man. Also, hello, Leslie. Also, hello, whatever your name is, Fjordor. Shit, I don't know. Flip a coin. I can't answer that, my boy. Da 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 da. Alright, so let me go back to my island real quick. Oh, it's Paul. Cool, I guess. Sure, whatever. I need to figure out, much powder am I at? Uh, are any... I will tell you, because a lot of people get it wrong. A lot of people will come in and be like, yo, I think I'm about mid-game right now. I got Shadow... Nope, shut up. Nope. Nope. I would consider mid-game is when you have both a Hype and a Terminator. That would be mid-game. more and more and more and more powder grinding, and more 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 and more. Powder, 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 more and more and more and more and more, more and more and more. That's funny, man. Surprised you're tall enough to even see your computer screen. Do, do. What are you doing when you're not playing Skyblock? Usually hanging out, making sure my grandma's good, go help take care of her. Usually, like before I even get on, I usually, as much as everybody is gonna continue to call me a fat retard, like bozo, I'm trying to change that. But, you know, most of the people here aren't fucking adults, so I'll try to look and see if there's jobs nearby, because I've been trying to find one. Because, see, here's the thing. Last July, I worked at a place that, you know how when you go to the grocery store, whenever you, and the workers are unloading a pallet, putting food on the shelves? I worked at a place that made those. Like, we put the food on and everything. And I was going to bend down to grab one, and I ended up having a back spasm, and I pushed my entire leg through a wooden pallet and broke the pallet. By the way, this is when I was skinnier. So this wasn't like me being a fat ass breaking it, this was me, like, falling. So I ended up having to go on workers' comp for that. And then after a month, they just fired me. So then, took a couple months, recovered. Then my grandma was getting total back surgery, so I had to take care of her for a couple months. Then after that, whenever my aunt said she'd be able to help with my grandma everything, my aunt had a heart attack. So I waited until the beginning of the year. I was looking at the beginning of the year, and then a situation, if you know, you know, happened in February. So, like I said, job market's really fucking hard to find one because I haven't been applying to places like fast food or grocery stores. Because last time I was at one of those, that bitch made me an alcoholic. So. Like I said, I did that. See, a lot of things, like, a lot of people gotta understand, I don't play other games. That's the thing. The reason I have a lot of hours and a lot of time on this game is because this is the only game I play. Like, people will see my playtime and be like, have you ever touched grass? I'm like, alright, let's combine your time on Skyblock, your time on Fortnite, with your time on Apex, time on Valorant. So. Oh well. Me too, or I'm gonna kill myself. Lol. Kidding, that's a joke. But, oh wait, hold on. You find Skyblock enjoyable? I was going through a period of time where I wasn't finding it enjoyable. What the fuck? What? How'd I hear myself? I went through a little bit of time where I didn't find it enjoyable. So like a lot of times I would try to stream. Because by the way, the reason I'm trying to stream is because, or the reason I did stream, because that at least helps me get like food every month. Because I don't like bothering my. The thing is about me, I don't like asking people for money or anything. I'd rather just not have anything instead of ask people. Because I don't know, I don't like it when people ask me for shit, so I'm like, well, I might as well not ask other people for shit. So, yeah. So, I started streaming, after I went on workers' comp, so I started playing the game. But yeah, starting this profile, I've been rejuvenated. I'm having so much fucking fun playing this game. The reason I'm not on my main profile right now is just because of the fact that, like, what is it? It's just not, what's the word? Like, on my main profile, the only things left I have to do is just levels. The only thing left really is just garden and bestiary. Which, even though yes, this here might be boring, I'd rather do this type of shit than that. Because also another thing is a lot of people come in my stream asking questions about the game that I can't answer because I don't know. Because the last time I was early game was 2019. Oh, I'm about to go steal all his shit. I'm about to be a dickhead. Thank you, my boy. Dang, that's good money. What level can you even fish them? Hold on. Fishing 19. Oh, that's not bad at all. I might need to do that. I didn't realize word membranes were that much. Quick low, 120k right there. Ain't bad at all. Yeah. Am I a dickhead for doing that? Yeah. Do you deserve it? Yeah. Why the fuck are you stockpiling worms? Kill them. Hold on real quick. In the description? Oh, whoops. Hold on. Invite people. Copy. Yeah, let me do this. Live. Edit. There you go. Should be good now. You probably won't be able to see shit at first because I have it like that so people can't come in and fucking raid the server. I need to turn it off, but I'd rather kids not be able to go into the server and immediately just start being annoying. So. depends on what you're doing. For dungeons, Soul Eater, unless you do a lot more damage, then you should be able to do duplex. You played it? Yeah, of course. Played hella games. Matter of fact, whenever the new Elden Ring DLC comes out, I'm gonna be playing that. It's just that ever since 2022, I've become enamored and addicted to this one. You can use duplex in dungeons too. It's just that you have to deal enough damage so that you don't need Soul Eater. That's the issue. It doesn't matter. Like I said, if you have problems struggling to kill the regular mobs in Master Mode, I would keep Soul Eater. But if you're really good at killing them, I would go ahead and use duplex. No problem. Did you? I don't know anywhere else where you use a Soul Eater weapon in game. Like, genuinely. Only place that's good is dungeons. And the higher levels of the game, whenever you can start sustaining, doing more damage, it's probably better to use that whenever you're like, you know, playing healer or something. And you don't see a difference, you're doing good enough damage then. Hey, why would you ask me which one's better? You got both. What? Lol. Not at the moment. Like I said, I've been applying. Whenever a place decides they want to call me back, you know, I would like to. Like, I've been applying for factories and stuff. Like anything, like physical labor wise. I love those jobs, but, and like I said, it doesn't offend me. I'm very open. It's just whenever people come in here with a dickhead way of asking it, I'm not gonna answer them. Because why would I want to answer something from a guy being a dickhead? Like, I have no inclination to answer them. Yeah. Hold on real quick. Who's my favorite YouTuber? Of all time, there's probably... I have a couple. I think my favorite YouTuber, all time, C-Nanners. I love C-Nanners. I found his videos whenever I was like 12 or 13. That's how I got into Gary's mod. I think every kid should get into Gary's mod. Albeit it is now fucked up because now it's associated with goddamn Skibbity Toilet. But I digress. I'm in my 20s. You know what, I'll say this. Just to make it sound cooler, even though it's lame. I'm the same age as Mr. Beast. And, funny enough, Queso. Lol. I think, because I like to listen to, I need to have noise in the background for me to sleep. I've listened to so much C-Nanners, if I met him in real life and he started talking, I'd probably start yawning. Because I've listened to him going to sleep so many times. What up, boys? How you doing? Doing pretty good. Do you like powder grinding? Fuck no. I hate this shit. But, like I said, it's something you gotta do. Like I said, it's not a thing of liking it, it's just that you have to do it. The reason I'm doing this is because I always go for mining at the beginning of the game, whenever I first start playing. Just because of the fact I'm like, that's what, you know, that's the best route to go. What powder are you at? Let me check. About 3 mil gemstone and like 2.2 mil. The other one. That's what I'm currently doing. Is that because, like I said, this is My thing is, I never try to fucking do streams where I will, like, cave and do shit else because a bunch of people don't like the shit I'm doing. I'm just like, look, I'm not the only streamer. If y'all want to watch somebody else, I'm not gonna be pissed. Like, sometimes my stream ain't for you. Like, if you love dungeons, you ain't gonna want to watch somebody powder mine. So. No, it's not. I hate Iron Man. Bro, just watch some. What? Oh. That is true. Nah, you good. I would never do an Iron. The reason I didn't do an Iron Man is, first off, hold on. First off, let's be real. Everybody does a fucking Iron Man, right? So it's like not fucking common. But what I decided to do is I'm like, huh. Because whenever I started playing the game in 2019, I have always had a rank. Not only have I always had a rank, I've always had MVP plus. So all the things I didn't know about the game, right? Or I didn't know wasn't accessible to everybody, was insane. Like, first off, like, obviously you can't use warps. That's why you see me warp back to my house after the what is it? After the lobby. That way I can be able to go and what is it? Go back to the crystal nucleus because I can't use a warp. And so there's that too. I mean, only 2 wardrobe slots. I mean, it's not too bad. I can just have a set in my inventory if I really need to. And 3, this one like the other ones I kind of already knew. I didn't know you had to wait 3 seconds every time you type. That's fucking insane. Because my thing is, whenever I was on Twitch, I was very much a dickhead. Do I regret it? No. But coming to YouTube, I want to be more understanding. You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm doing this profile, because I want to see how it is to play as a non, and also I want to relearn and play the game, because everything else, like my genuine advice is for what's it? When somebody asks E-Man questions, I just say, look, man, you need to pay for carries until E-Man E-Man 7. Well, on this profile, whenever I eventually do it, I'm gonna try to do it myself. What up, Gennaro? Oh, I need to get out of the Goblin hideout. Why 10 bill? But yeah, like I said, this whole profile has made me excited to play the game again. Like I said, there's nothing really to do on my main besides just hardcore grind. And for that type of grinding anyway, I'd rather just do it off stream. You know, so I could cheat. Kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Ah. That's dumb. Powder. It's about to be 3 mil gemstone and it's like 2 mil mithril. Ow. Yes, and not a Kime hype. That's fucking dumb as hell. You do not need that for M7. That is just that's a rich person bonus. For them, because, dog, you gotta realize that, what is it? I've just started getting the powder part of it up. Yeah, and I told you, don't get a fucking Kime 5 hype. Did you not hear me? Yeah. But that's retarded. Not doing PV checks at the moment, my man. Actually, I will. Fuck it. But it's gonna be quick. I'm not looking at the profile. You are Alchemy 39. Okay. Hog Gamer Kings. What type of inventory you got? Juju. One of Atonement, Giant Sword. Why do you have all this in your inventory, man? Good tallies. Got that maxed. Pretty good on that. Automate, that's good. Well. See, that's why. No, I'm not doing anymore. No. Not right now. Not right now. I can't do them right now. Find Gennaro. I should use a Mithril Golem, shouldn't I? I'm not helping you with it shit, because you get a Chimera 5 Hyperion. That's dumb as shit. I didn't get a Chim 5 hype until I had 75 bill net worth. We're gonna do it with 30. Not smart. Not really, I guess. I don't know, I just woke up, so I can't give a good, you know, like, look at it. You say you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna be in my chat bitching about the people you play with. You ain't learned from seeing me play it, I see. It's hot. Sorry. I had to fucking... Dog, I had to re-record that Bennett Arthur video 3 fucking times. It was making me lose my goddamn mind. Went to go get the VOD, and the fucking whole thing was not, like, I couldn't download the VOD, because it had live replay or something. And then after that, I went to go do, I don't know why this retard told me this then. Let me, hold on, give me a second. Okay, what does it say? No. Because if that was the truth, then Skatha, because it's worded the exact same, gain 20% more gemstone powder while mining, gain 13% mithril powder while mining. So it does work with chest. If not, then yeah. Not saying not to do dungeons. What? Like I said, it's not. The reason I'm telling you, the reason I got it is just because I had nothing else to buy. That's literally the only reason, and it's only good for like the 30-45 seconds you're going to Blood Room, and then with hitting like Necron or whatever phase it is. Even then, it's like after that. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you need to get Ragax. Yes. I would say getting a Chimera 5 Daedalus X is worth it first, and then probably Ragax. Yeah, that's fine. They need to change goblins in the game to make it where the first 3 seconds it spawns and runs fast, but then the next 3 seconds it slows down and it repeats that. Should be no reason it runs at max speed the whole fucking time. Ugh. Come on, man. Can we get the goddamn fucking shit? What? You talking about me? Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I do too. I thought that was just a random stray. I'm like, I thought we were good, man. See, let me say this too. I don't give a fuck if y'all make fat jokes. It's just gotta be funny. Okay? That's all I ask. If it's not funny, I'm just send you away. Like, kids coming here saying queso. Like, let's be fucking for real. I ain't even schizo chat on YouTube. It's literally just you get locked away. You can watch from the outside. It's like whenever you couldn't go play outside with your friends, but you're able to watch them through like your window. That's how it is. You can see everybody else, because you can't go. This game's doing really good at giving us back to back to back to back bullshit. Huh. Just ain't gonna get good events at all. See, that's why it feels like I should be getting more than I am right now. It's because of this bullshit. Also, I don't know. I don't know. Feels like I'm getting a shit ton less. That's probably because of the fact my powder buff isn't at max. Once I hit like 4.4 million gemstone powder. Alright, have a good one. Appreciate you dropping by. Hmm. I really don't know. I don't know specifically, but I know off rip I'm probably gonna do gold. Just to get into mining 60. Because it's felt like the best for money. Or not money, XP. Like I said, I'm gonna look around and see what's good. Shit. Maybe it's the best in the glaciate tunnels, who knows? I really don't know. Dude, I mean, like, already gone. That's why I don't even go for them. I know the best way to get them is gyro. But obviously I don't fucking have that, so. But yeah, I want to try to get to I don't know if I will, but I kind of want to get to possibly 100 mil gold. Like that's as much as I'm probably gonna get on this account. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I could handle going for 1 bill again. I mean, who knows? Maybe in the future I decide fuck with this account heavy. I decide to keep playing on it. I mean, I feel myself playing on this account for a bit anyway. Just because I still got a shit ton to learn. Like I said, I'm having fun. But obviously, whenever, like, shit like the Dragon Primal comes out, right? What up, Kovacs? Primal comes out, I'm gonna be doing that, obviously. Does gold take that long? I had, whenever I did it on my main, I had the literal max setup for gold you could get, like, max mining fortune, for the best possible way, and it took 20 days in a row to get it. And each day was like 10 to 12 hours. Yes. Because you only get, back then you got 6 to 7 mil per hour. I don't regret it, but I fucking hated it. I think that was lit because before I did that, I was very much on Twitch. Whenever I was on Twitch, I didn't mind answering anybody's questions. How long I've been on this profile for? I think today's day number 7 or 8, maybe. But what is it? What the fuck was I gonna say? I don't even remember. Oh yeah. So, I very much on Twitch, I was always somebody that didn't mind answering questions, right? Even if it felt like it was repeated. When I did 1 bill gold, I think that's when I quit answering questions ever and started banning people. Because the amount of time, like, I literally, in my title, I said, I'm going for 1 bill gold, and I had it pinned why I was going for 1 bill gold, and also pinned how much money I made in an hour, and I also had a command, exclamation point gold, in the title, and also, let people know. And every day, 20 plus people would join and be like, yo, what are you doing? Why are you going for it? How much you make an hour? I think I lost my patience. At the end of that, I can't lie. Like, I feel like there's only legit so much. Like, it's the same thing with, like, Enderman Slayer questions. It's like, dog, I don't fucking know. Dog, especially is gonna make me mad here. Because on Twitch, it might be a little understandable. On YouTube, dog, you're on YouTube. Hit the search bar. Look up the Enderman question. There's so many goddamn guides on Enderman. Why the fuck would I know? Like, that's one of the big things that... This is me being a boomer, I guess. That's what pisses me off about the newer generation. If you ain't younger, I ain't talking to you, but I'm gonna just say y'all. Y'all fuckers don't want to look shit up. Y'all just want to ask. Hey dog, if I need answers to a question, I hit Google. Or I'll ask real quick, and if somebody gets it, cool. If not, I'll hit Google. Like... What up, Dell? Hold on. Hold on. Alright, delete her. I said I was gonna call and say that your mama died. I'm going crazy right now. Oh. Are you at work right now? Oh, man. You should shut yours. Get off that phone. I'm calling them and telling you popping wheelies in the parking lot. Telling you allowing lowriders to speed through the parking lot. I was talking about he had his work. Bro, you were at weekend jail. Shut up. Why'd I do that? Oops. Yeah, you say it like I ain't the shit, pussy. Yeah, people fuck with them profile reviews, I can't lie. Like I said, I try to find the worst ones. Get paid, you funny, my man. Funny. Funny as hell, boy. Man, I don't get paid for shit. I don't even know how to check that. With the dungeon guy? See what I mean? That's why I had to let the people know about Bennett Arthur. Because a lot of y'all don't know about him. He is very infamous. Million? Dog, people shit talk, like, my chest ain't organized. But at least I don't have shit in my chest that could go in sacks. Okay, that's all I'll say. I love Bennett Arthur, though. Like I said, I was in his guild before I joined the one I'm in now. That boy, he used to piss me off. That boy would wake up, immediately go on guild chat and be like, yo, anybody got a tool? Anybody got this tool I can borrow? Anybody got this? Yo, anybody got... Boy, ain't have shit. Do what? Bet. Thank you, sir. You sure? You sure? Jake. By the way, if you answer what I just talked about and then I ask you what you said, I have the worst. Check your PP. Dang, that bitch meaty as hell. Did you let me know, gang? I almost forgot. Or 2 pairs of draws. Dang, you really gonna make us look at it? Go. Don't make us look at you. Alright. Leader donated $7. So after I do this bit of powder, light chest and shit, watch YouTube sports. Do every bye. Luck with your studies. Watch that after, watch the YouTube short. Hope it's not a back-to-back, even though I appreciate it. I hope it's not, because I want to cut that. I want to do the Matter of fact, I guess since we're doing this now, and then once we get to window capture, do that right there since this video is called Plagiarism and YouTube.
$1,000. Tell us the story briefly.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his, he accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it, he was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun, now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter. Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot cop, a commonplace trope today, and soon in real life. It wasn't the first example, the most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this, it will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs, and decided to adapt it into a TV show. They pitched the idea to a few companies, including NBC, where an executive named Terry Keegan said no. They later showed Brillo to Paramount, where the head of development, Terry Keegan, he'd recently been hired there, said no. The same man passed on the same pitch twice at 2 companies. Clearly not a fan of the robot cop idea. 6 months later, Terry Keegan sold a show called Future Cop to ABC. It's a show about a robot cop.
He's an android, a robot, the perfect cop.
Our boys realize they've been ripped off.
When I saw it, I wanted to file immediately. My attorney said, forget it, man. He said 90% of all plagiarism suits the plaintiff loses. Besides, these guys will kill you. You'll never work in this town again.
They spend years finding a lawyer willing to sue a giant television conglomerate, despite the cost and the possibility of being blacklisted from working in television. In his deposition, Keegan claims he never read Brillo, an obvious lie. It was later discovered the memos proving he deliberately ripped them off had been burned. The jury found in favor of Ellison and Bova and awarded them $337,000 in damages, about $1.2 million today. Ellison used some of the money to put up a billboard across the street from the studio reading, "Writers, don't let them steal from you. Keep their hands out of your pockets." Or at least he said he was going to in interviews at the time, and later journalism claims it happened, but I can't find any pictures, which is a shame. Either way, they still made off with all that delicious money. Yum yum.
I've been waiting 4 years for this moment. 4 years to tell other writers they can fight them and beat them.
So, what's all that about? Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day in court. But there isn't one. This ancient case, which took place over a decade before I, and statistically you, were even born, is still the best, most recent, and almost only example. Ellison and Bova are among the few writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. Oh, this always happens. Testing, 1, 2, 3. For the foreseeable future, if someone else on here steals your work for money, there's not much you can do except talk about it. A few years ago I made a video with some examples of plagiarism and even covered a time I felt it happened to me. The guy in question, Lukey Poo, briefly posted a 10-minute response accusing me of overreacting before appearing to think better of the whole thing and deleting this along with the video copying me.
I watched your video went through it piece by piece and copied it because you're such an incredible YouTuber.
Thanks, Luke. Apology accepted. He has since rebranded his channel, recognizing the irony in presenting himself as a literal piece of shit, but his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now, the only new sections being stuff about how homophobia's fine. Maybe the rebrand was a little too soon, but no authority took Luke's video down. He could have left it up, and people often do. You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long. The fact I'm making this video during one of the biggest creative strikes in history isn't lost on me. Other people's hands have never before been this deep in the pockets of creators. We need Harlan Ellison's billboard now more than ever. But I don't know how to rent a billboard and it sounds expensive. So instead, we're going to talk about plagiarism on YouTube, what exactly it is, why it's wrong, and the many unintended side effects. Only then can we begin to talk about what to do about it, or at least what I'm going to do to try to put some of it right. I'm going to use a few relatively well-known examples you might have heard of already, and some new ones I found just for this video. I could even ruin some of your favorite YouTubers for you. Apologies in advance. So, let's start some fights. Part I. Philip.
What's going on, everyone? Thanks for clicking on the video.
My favorite YouTuber. Philip? Dude, he ruined my favorite YouTube.
Philip Newsom was a YouTuber who reviewed Nintendo Switch games and accessories and talked about Nintendo-related news. His videos were surprisingly well edited, and by that I mean they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even hard to do, you just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with a decent size led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th, 2018, his review of Dead Cells went up onto the official IGN YouTube channel. But then on August 7th, YouTuber Boomstick Gaming posted a video titled, "IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What do I do?" He had noticed some similarities between Philip's reviews and his own, published in late July.
Dead Cells takes the progression of a Metroidvania and integrates it into this procedurally generated action roguelite.
It takes the progression system of a Metroidvania and transforms it into a procedurally generated action roguelite.
This combat system is fast, fluid, responsive, and one of the most rewarding representations of 2D combat of the entire genre.
Fights are fast, fluid, responsive, and hands down one of the most gratifying representations of video game combat I've ever experienced.
I know Philip. He would never do this, okay? First off, Philip would never do this.
Dead Cells figures out an intriguing way to have your roguelite and Metroidvania experience all in one by focusing on your failures and urging you to try something new the next time.
Dead Cells strikes a perfect and engaging balance between the Metroidvania and roguelite experiences by focusing on your failures and urging you to experiment each time you do fail.
Dead Cells only falters slightly with some repetition setting in, especially on the early areas and during longer play sessions.
Dead Cells does falter slightly with some repetition, but it's only felt in its earlier areas and during the extended play sessions.
Speaking of repetition, oh my god. The review was taken down while IGN investigated the issue further, and then later that day confirmed he had been let go from the company. But was this the first time Philip had done this? Catching someone doing plagiarism is difficult. Someone has to notice the theft, which means having also seen the copied work. And if it's anything obscure, that's quite unlikely. If you catch someone plagiarizing once, chances are they rolled those dice a few times before and hadn't been unlucky yet. People started looking through his other reviews in case there was more. Over at Kotaku, Jason Schreier's article on the firing was updated to mention an anonymous tip, pointing out similarities between Philip's review of FIFA 18 on the Switch and the one on Nintendo Life by Chris Scullion. Philip's review was made for his personal channel before he was even hired at IGN, meaning he'd been doing this for a while. Scullion himself would later post a video comparing his review with Philip's, showing off the many similarities, and I'll link that in the description. But I want to zoom in on my favorite example. Philip tries to hide what he's doing by changing words around, and he does it really badly. In his article, Chris says compared to the non-Switch versions, the graphics are a good deal less detailed. Here's Philip's version.
However, when you get up close and get a good look at some of the character models, it's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail than the Xbox One and PS4 versions of the game do.
It's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail. No one would ever write that sentence on purpose. You only create that by trying to change something you stole. There's a great example here of the deeper problems that plagiarism can cause. Philip's review contains false information. For example, here when he talks about the game's Women's League feature.
FIFA 18 comes with the standard tournament and kickoff modes, as well as the Women's League, which was officially introduced in FIFA 16.
There are no women's leagues in FIFA 18. There's women's football, but leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance techniques caused him to reword a sentence so badly that he invented a feature that doesn't exist. While these discoveries were being made, Philip made the decision to record and post an infamous, quickly deleted video onto his channel, entitled My Response. Not an apology.
See, I would be terrible for apology videos, I'm gonna be real. Like, I try my best not to do anything that would make me have to do an apology video. But I'm gonna be real, my apology video would be like, 10 seconds. Because I can be like, you know, I could drag this out, be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, continue saying the same shit over and over again, give excuses. I'm not. I apologize for what I did. I'm going to do better. Sorry. Like, that's it. Like, these people, like, just say the same sentences over and over and over and over and over again. Just be like, because guess what? The people that are gonna forgive you, that aren't gonna forgive you, aren't gonna care about how long the video is. So.
Apology, a response. Philip denied everything, took no responsibility, and told numerous lies in this video. At the time, this was criticized heavily by everyone for obvious reasons. But looking back on it while trying to understand this kind of behavior, it's actually really useful. This is worth looking at in a discussion of plagiarism because by being so poorly thought out, it's actually a valuable insight into how people react when they're caught, and the different ways they try to cover their ass. When someone more competent than Philip uses these techniques in a subtler way, we can recognize them for what they are. Thanks, Philip.
There were a lot of circumstances surrounding it, but at the end of the day, I was the editorial lead on it, so if anything, that makes it my responsibility.
He claims there was a complicated process to making the review with lots of circumstances. The point is to make you wonder what really happened, so you forget what happened. Another way of doing this is to be passive about the events, so it's almost like they happened to him instead of being something he did.
Like I said, I take full responsibility for what happened with the Dead Cells review.
Philip doesn't say, I take responsibility for what I did with my review. He passively takes responsibility for what happened with the review. When someone tries to use language to imply what they did happened by magic, they make it pretty clear they're trying to deceive you.
I try to look at all resources that I have available to me before I start formulating my own critical opinions so that I can offer the most cohesive possible review. The bottom line is that what happened with the Dead Cells review was not at all intentional.
Even if whatever happened, it was an honest mistake of some kind. But the problem is honest mistakes are easy to explain. Dishonest mistakes leave proof behind. Philip didn't
Thank you. I had my boy, or Ruxeter, I hope I'm saying that his name right. He, cause I asked my guild, do you have any people that are like crazy? And he DM'd me a bunch of names, and I went through a couple, I didn't see anything crazy. And then it hit me, I'm like, oh my god. Because I asked some people in my chat, I'm like, do y'all know Bennett Arthur? They're like, no. I'm like, yep, I'm doing a video on Bennett. I love Bennett. I might have to do, the next one might have to be Genesis GHG, I can't lie.
Intentionally write a very similar review because he watched another one. He copied their words exactly and changed some of them to try to hide it. Hearing Philip try to pretend this isn't what he did means we're not just dealing with a plagiarist, we're dealing with a liar who has more to hide. Philip's next lie was he had nothing more to hide.
I was lucky enough to get noticed on IGN through my YouTube channel, which if in case you're wondering, is in fact all of my own original work.
A truly amazing defense there. Even if it did happen, which it didn't, it only didn't happen once. But the goal is to preserve what's left of your reputation by getting people to stop looking for more. This behavior goes hand in hand with a special anger directed at the people who are looking.
So you can keep looking, Kotaku, and please let me know if you find anything. Which, by the way, their news editor, Jason Schreier, tried to imply that my FIFA 18 review was also inauthentic by claiming that I copied it from Nintendo Life, and that's just so not the case. I mean, maybe he was implying that if you have similarly opinionated reviews, then you're just plagiarizing, or maybe he's just trying to get as many clicks off of my name right now as possible, or maybe he just likes kicking people when they're down. I don't know. I mean, check it out for yourselves and you be the judge.
He's referring to how Jason updated his article to include that anonymous tip. Philip accuses him of deliberately attacking him for attention by reporting what he has done. The section about how absurd it is to suggest he copied Scullion's FIFA review is probably why Scullion made his video in the first place. It begins by showing this clip. Bit of an own goal there. By the way, Philip, that's a football pun. Philip is using the reporting on him as a bid to gain sympathy. Yeah, I did something bad, but really, the bad guys are the people trying to see what else I did. Not me, the guy who did all of it. This tactic takes a more direct form.
But one thing that I do know is that it's not very fun being the target of a gigantic lynch mob who wants nothing more than to feed into your destruction. The amount of hate and threats that I've been receiving on social media have been pretty staggering. And I get it, I mean, people are mad and rightfully so. But it's one thing to go and harass me, berate me with hateful words and threats, and it's a whole other thing to look up my family members.
I fucking hate when people do this. Oh my god, I hate when people do this, especially when you know it doesn't happen. Nobody is looking up your family's address because you copied somebody's game review. Okay? That's what used to piss me off about Rice Gum, because like whenever he was beefing with iDubbbz, he said I talk with people, or people in my DMs say that my videos help them not kill themselves. Dog, do you know how many people do that just for attention? And I'm gonna be real, might be fucked up. If you watched Rice Gum and decided not to kill yourself, maybe give it one more go for old time's sake.
And spread hateful comments on their social media accounts. It's just not okay. I mean, not on any level.
Obviously, no one deserves to have their family members threatened over their plagiarism, and there is a valid conversation to be had here about how we treat people who we believe to have done something wrong, and it's really unpleasant.
And also, it might sound fucked up, what I'm about to say, but am I the only one whenever people, like, get criticism and immediately say they got death threats? Like, obviously, if somebody gets any type of threat, that's bad. But whenever somebody immediately say, I got death threats, I think it's just like some 15-year-old on a Twitter account that said, I'ma kill you! I don't think that really counts as a death threat. Am I wrong? Am I fucked up for saying that? Maybe whenever that happens to me, I'll, do it.
And seeing someone try to weaponize that and use it as a shield against criticism. He just got done shit-talking a journalist and trying to make him the bad guy, and lying about the FIFA review. Scullion has spoken about receiving a lot of abuse from Philip's fans during this period as a direct result of Philip lying like this, another potential reason he had to make that video. If you talk about harassment without being cognizant of the harm you are causing to others right now, you clearly don't give a shit about the problem you just brought up. Philip really really didn't help his case by making a Columbo villain bet you can't prove it speech. "You can keep looking, Kotaku" was an especially silly thing to say, since obviously people did keep looking. Many more examples came to light. His Fire Emblem Warriors video was mostly reworded from one on Nintendo Wire.
Decimating mobs upon mobs of enemies with the simplest of combos, and tearing through forts and mini-bosses with some of the most flashiest and stylistic special attacks.
Most flashiest? His Samus Returns review was stolen from Engadget, and his Bayonetta 2 review from Polygon, and Jason Schreier seemed weirdly invested in reporting on all of it. In several videos, Philip just copied text directly from Wikipedia or other related wikis.
Super Mario Odyssey's theme is highly focused on surprises and travel, and the developers incorporated many of their travel experiences around the world. For instance, elements of the Sand Kingdom were derived from Kento Matakuro's experience during a trip to Mexico, and the Luncheon Kingdom's food aesthetics were inspired by Italy and other European countries. The developers recognized that when traveling to foreign countries, something that really has an impact is the different currencies.
All of my own original work.
On October 10th, the apology video disappeared, along with 901,000 views worth of other videos from Philip's channel. For a small YouTuber, this means a lot of videos getting privated or deleted all at once. This is actually another important tactic that plagiarists use, to try and hide as much of the evidence as possible. Philip has successfully hidden the extent of what he actually stole in his YouTube videos. Many of Philip's videos are now considered lost media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos showcasing it, but not as actual copies that you can watch. This is obviously no big loss, but it sucks for me that there's not many archived copies of some of these videos because, like, now I have nothing to cut to as reference footage. It's just, now I just have to stand on my set and talk to you. His article about Octopath Traveler is a fucking doozy. It steals a bunch of shit directly from Jeremy Parish's review at Polygon. And let me just say, buddy, if you can barely string a sentence together, people are gonna know something's up when you're suddenly using words like extrudes. When this was discovered, Parish tweeted, "Dang, I got extruded right into the middle of a scandal," which is probably the funniest thing to come out of all this. But that's not the only thing he stole for this one article. It also plagiarized one of his co-workers at IGN. Words from Seth Macy's video review of the game made it in too. Here's some clips from Macy's video.
Both its battle system and aesthetics pay loving tribute to the Super NES era. While this isn't merely a modern retread of past classics, but a phenomenal homage with genuinely fresh ideas and a fantastically charming wrapper of old school meets new.
Seth was especially shocked by this, it seems like, and it's not hard to imagine why. To take game criticism and writing original material seriously, only to have someone a cubicle over take a hatchet to your stuff and collect a paycheck for it is so deeply insulting. Things were bad enough that IGN pulled the plug on almost everything Philip ever made for the site just to be safe, something I've never seen an organization have to do before. He even, and this is insane, did a video explaining the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature, and his explanation is just stolen from a fucking NeoGAF post.
A normal rumble is just a motor which spins, creating a vibration, right? Well, HD Rumble uses linear actuators, similar to Apple's.
So basically, this is a 4-hour video on plagiarism on YouTube, like blatant plagiarism. Half of the video is about like a bunch of creators, the other half is on one single person.
Haptic engine, which is what they use for the new Force Touch stuff in the new iPhones and Apple Watches. See, I believe that these are different in that they are more likely weighted electromagnets.
You believe that? Holy shit. He copied some text from a forum directly into his script and just read it out. Why would you even do that? No, seriously, that's the question we're trying to explore here. Why do people plagiarize? Philip is a great help in finding answers to these questions, because 8 months after all of this died down, he released a second apology. Well, arguably his first, since he didn't really apologize in the first one, but still.
Hey everyone, I'm not here to make any excuses or to try and justify my actions. I'm only here to apologize to the people that I've wronged.
He says sorry directly to several of the people he copied from, but to avoid making himself look too bad, he doesn't mention the forum post, or the time he stole from someone else at IGN, or a bunch of the other places. He also doesn't apologize for denying everything, pretending it was an accident, or accusing specific journalists of being out to get him by reporting on it. I think this points to what this apology is actually about, which is appearing more humble and honest to try and repair his reputation. Admitting to the truly embarrassing stuff, or the dishonest worst shit he said when he was caught would just make him seem disingenuous. It's hard to come off as honest if the apology includes lying to your face in the past. He wasn't done making excuses either. 2 days later, he uploaded a third apology.
Hey everyone.
I'm getting deja vu from these videos now. In this video, he tried to explain why he did all this. He had insecurities about the quality of his writing and his fear of disappointing people.
I felt pretty confident with my video editing skills and my abilities to create visually appealing content, but I wasn't always confident with my abilities as a writer. And when I got that big break with this awesome gaming company, my insecurities were amplified by like 10 million. Because the audience was bigger and the expectations were higher. I really wanted to do well, but I was also really scared of saying the wrong thing or putting out a bad review.
Now, maybe it's because he's lied before and still wasn't owning up to the extent of what he did, but I simply do not accept this as the reason. Lots of people have anxiety about their writing. In fact, I'd say most writers do. Not many of them handle it by stealing, so anxiety and pressure feel like an easy excuse. From seeing almost all of Philip's videos, I feel comfortable in calling myself a Philip scholar at this point, I can tell you for a fact that he is bad at making videos. He thinks cinematic transition packs equal good editing, which is the reddest possible flag, but even in terms of basic content, the videos are just bad. His earliest videos are just news about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch. Or stuff like the top 5 ways to play the Switch, a console that no one can play.
The single Joy-Con method, and it's probably going to be the least preferred way to play the Nintendo Switch.
When the Switch was out, he branched out into reviewing accessories like carrying cases and stuff, and doing unboxing videos. Some videos are just summarizing Nintendo press releases. This is the literal definition of content. It's like it got squeezed out of a Nintendo branded tube somewhere. It's the most how do you do fellow kids energy I've ever seen coming out of a 28-year-old man. So he started doing the most egregious audience growth tricks for dummies you can imagine, like constantly having giveaways for subscribers. Philip's following didn't grow organically from people liking him or his work. Those people don't exist. It grew from offering free shit if you subscribed. But I'm gonna give Philip some credit here and say at some point he recognized, correctly, that he didn't know what he was doing. I mean, if it's obvious to me watching them, it must have been obvious to him making them, right? So, what do you do if you know you won't get ahead without copying someone better? You copy someone better. And I'm not even talking about plagiarism here. Even the stuff that isn't stolen is derivative. There's this one guy called Nihongo Gamer who's done some pretty useful tech reviews, and one of them was of an arcade fighting stick for the Switch. It did surprisingly well, and he gives it a proper workout as someone who clearly knows their stuff with fighting games. A few weeks later, Philip coincidentally decided to review the same thing. But Philip isn't a fighting game aficionado, so his live gameplay footage is him playing Sonic and, Mario Kart? Making this review functionally useless as a review of a controller made for fighting games, but Nihongo Gamer also in the same video reviewed this Switch holder that looks like a little arcade machine. Philip, coincidentally, is also reviewing one of these in his video.
This game is so much better now.
This makes this game so much better.
This isn't even plagiarism, it's just strange. Philip didn't know how to build an identity of his own, so he just borrowed the style and content of successful videos in an extremely cynical way. He didn't make these videos for the fun of it, or because he cared about making them. It was always just about chasing success by any means necessary, and when that didn't work out, he just borrowed.
Like how I said, I hope it's not back-to-back, and then it was back-to-back. Thank you, Skyblock.
But even more directly and got into this mess. In a fairly recent interview, he's described himself during this period as having imposter syndrome. But that's wishful thinking, isn't it? There's a difference between having imposter syndrome and being an imposter. Objectively speaking, Philip pretended to be a reviewer and critic while actually just being a thief and a liar. But I think it's possible to reverse engineer this falsehood and arrive at its core truth. The explanation lies in a little thing he said in apology number 3. I consider it the most meaningful thing Philip has ever said. It's not true, but it's meaningful.
So I took from sources who I trusted and respected and I agreed with, and I tried to change them in a way that I would say it.
Philip claims he sought out reviews from other people he respected to steal and learn from. But, to be blunt, who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming? When this happened...
Alright, man. Don't do my boy Boomstick like that, man. That ain't nice. Who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming?
Boomstick's channel had just over 10,000 subscribers. Barely anyone had any idea he existed. And look at the other places he copied from. Mostly random websites, niche gaming outlets, fucking forum posts. If you consider something so obscure you can get away with stealing it, you do not respect it. Philip copied these people because he thought what they were doing was beneath respect. Remember Caves of Steel? I told you it would come up again, you little bastard. You better not have forgotten. In the lawsuit between Ellison, Bova, and the studios, one tactic the studios used was to accuse them of being the real plagiarists, of ripping off Caves of Steel when they were writing Brillo. The problem is these writers were all friends who knew and respected each other, so they could ask Isaac Asimov what he thought of that.
So we went to New York. I've known Isaac for 25 years. And Isaac, in his deposition, said, I've known Harlan for 25 years. He said, you don't steal from your friends.
It all sounds so simple when Isaac Asimov says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone's entire idea and thumbnail have been copied. The thief later flipped the thumbnail and changed the color of his shirt. Amazing. This guy's kinda notorious for stealing from people, and there was a really notable encounter where he...
This whole thing goes out the window with the Tyler Guerrero guy. Fuck him. That guy's a piece of shit.
Made fun of a guy by joking about how many subscribers he had. This comes off as generic former Vine star narcissism, but it's difficult to ignore that he specifically steals from people he considers beneath him, having a lower number. If you're not as important, your ideas are up for grabs. In 2016, Melania Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention was found to have plagiarized one of Michelle Obama's speeches at the Democratic National Convention. The audience hadn't seen a speech given at the other convention, so none of them noticed, but the media did later. The question going unasked at the time, at least for me, was, why Michelle Obama? Her speech about hope and dignity and respect and dreams had nothing to do with being a Republican. They hate that shit. Why didn't the writer rip off a Nancy Reagan speech about killing the poor or locking up black people for using the drugs her husband gave them? Well, plagiarizing another Republican would annoy Republicans, whose opinion the writer actually cares about. If you respect someone, or want their respect, you generally don't risk a fight with them by jacking their shit. But if you don't like someone, stealing is almost like getting one over on them, isn't it? No one was ever fired or seemingly punished in any way for stealing a speech and pretending they wrote it, and that's because none of these people give a shit about Michelle Obama. They're probably glad it happened. If you broke into Obama's house and stole some of his silverware, most speakers at this convention would pay you a cash prize. Plagiarism is an insult, and don't people love to insult their enemies? Here's something petty I should have forgotten about but didn't. When Lukey Poo made his short-lived video response, while defending himself on the grounds he actually got the idea from someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real, he still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought H-Bomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing H-Bomber guy needs, more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers, is a lesson in humility.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to
Okay, man. You ain't have to say all that. That ain't nice.
manage my T levels. Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when caught to attacking his accusers feels all too familiar to me as someone who has received the same treatment from someone like him. There's this indignation to it. I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social element to theft. Plagiarists seem to have this belief they are better than their targets, more important, more deserving of credit, better politics, a better class of person. Your ideas are wasted on you. They'd be much better served in my videos. Other games people looked down on what Philip did with so much anger, and people from IGN continued to be aggressive at him for years afterwards, because they understand this instinctively. His actions essentially said out loud, he thinks games writing is so worthless, it's okay for him to steal it. The IGN crew are especially entitled to be angry about Philip though, because he did really damage their credibility. When your company produces plagiarized stuff, it damages people's faith in your institution and its ability to not do that, and it's really hard to get that goodwill back. This leads us, as all things do, to the Angry Video Game Nerd, Part E, Cinemassacre.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
The Angry Video Game Nerd is a popular series in which— I don't need to explain this. AVGN made James Rolfe a household name the world over, in cool households. Under the umbrella of his mostly one-man production company, Cinemassacre, James made other things too. One of these, and my favourite, was Monster Madness, where every October James would release a video every single day about an old horror or monster movie. I used to rewatch these whenever I was hungover in university. It always made me feel way better. There's an infectious positivity to hearing someone share something they genuinely enjoy. Good stuff. As the years went on and he got busy with other projects and having children— I mean, his wife had the children, you get it— Monster Madness took a back seat. Some years he only made a few new ones. The guy was busy, or maybe he'd lost interest in a project he'd done for over a decade at that point, and that's fair enough. But then Screenwave got involved. For people with better things to do, Screenwave Media is a YouTube network / influencer agency thing who work with various YouTubers with writing and helping them find sponsors. They apparently work with a bunch of channels in various forms, but they work especially closely with Cinemassacre. The writing and editing of the AVGN videos became different and weird, like someone else was doing those parts. The channel started making new types of video, which were like James standing kind of awkwardly in the corner while Screenwave employees discussed a movie. There was a Cinemassacre podcast and James often just wasn't in it. The guy whose channel it was became an optional side character. Oh, and everything became packed with sponsorships.
If you don't know, Skillshare—
It got so bad, episode 200 of AVGN is split into 3 videos with separate sponsors, purely because they sold too many brand deals.
Oh, we're gonna have to make the episode 200 3 episodes because we sold too many brand deals and they didn't tell James.
Under Screenwave, Monster Madness became a different beast. They streamlined production by eliminating the writing. It became James and a rotation of Screenwave employees you don't know, and James didn't seem to know too well either, discussing the film and trying to come up with something interesting on the spot for 15 minutes. Some of these guys were basically ordered to be on the show by their bosses and seem uncomfortable being there, which makes these being shot on a dungeon set fitting. And you're constantly reminded why this was made at all.
Available now, US only. Release the Kraken!
The show certainly wasn't what anyone had been watching it for, and the creators appeared to notice, because in April 2021 it was announced Monster Madness was coming back, for real, with the old style of scripted videos featuring just James and his short and simple voiceover. Like the old days, but you know, with Screenwave's help, so not really. Newt Wallen, a Screenwave employee, was enthusiastically tweeting about how he had written 20 of the 31 videos himself, with others writing the rest. The whole point was it was a guy passionately sharing his actual opinions, but that guy wasn't writing them. But some people were still excited. It was a pandemic year, we were all indoors, not much else was going on.
Be sure to check out Cinemassacre's Monster Madness around the world. 31 days, 31 countries.
October rolled around, and so did the first new video, for the film 28 days later. It was weird. Like James was reading something written for him, which he was. But what really stood out was what he was saying. A guy who famously avoids politics and serious real-world events in his videos suddenly started talking about how the film reminded him of the horror of 9/11?
And when seeing the film today and being put into that time period, you can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war.
It didn't take long for people to start Googling the words he was saying. A user named ZB123 posted a thread on Reddit showing a huge portion of the video's script was taken directly from a review in Film Comment, a fairly well-known film criticism magazine, by Dr. Cecilia Syed, who is currently a senior film lecturer at the University of Kent. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
Horror films are frequently interpreted as allegories of our realities.
Okay, that was quick.
Their fantastic or supernatural elements often spawn from symptoms of social and political tensions in a specific era. 28 Days Later is set in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which has been devastated by an epidemic that within seconds can transform its victims into crazed cannibal killers. Following a car accident, he wakes up from a 28-day coma. Finding the hospital abandoned, he walks out and wanders through the empty London streets. He finds that people have fled the country after the outbreak, but those who remain are either dead or have become infected. The group sleeps in debris of deserted buildings, eats canned food from abandoned supermarkets, and fights off the infected. 28 days later aligns itself with the typical loss of individuality plot. It's interesting to read 28 days later in terms of the state of affairs of the world. The movie began shooting on September 1st, 2001. You can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war. 28 days later, as political and social undercurrents that resemble our world even now, only make you wonder if history will ever stop repeating itself. But much like our hero, chaos, and then chaos is born from order.
It was as if Professor Syad's review had been killed and brought back from the dead in a new, tainted form. That's not how the zombies in 28 Days Later were. Okay, it was like her review was the patient zero of 28 Days Later reviews, and it infected the... This is pretty straightforwardly plagiarism. The angry video game nerd had just stolen a film professor's review of a movie. In true AVGN fashion, shit hit the fucking ceiling. What was going on? Initially, Justin Silverman, the lead Screenwave guy, claimed this was a result of a new person who was helping, accidentally mixing some notes into a script, and this would...
It ain't a double powder, but it's an earlier lobby, so.
...be fixed.
Bro, I thought I had the tab open. Wrong tab open or something? Oh.
Soon, and all the other episodes were fine. The new person thing isn't true. The guy who did it had worked with Justin for like a decade, but I can understand trying to protect someone's identity if you believed they had just made a small mistake. Justin updated the page the video was posted on to say it was being corrected to remove some accidental plagiarism, whatever that means. So whoever did it, they successfully convinced Justin this was an accident. But it wasn't. There's the telltale red flag of the awful writing you get when someone who can't write tries to rewrite something they copied.
The movie starts with the usual tropes. Mankind's experiments go haywire, resulting in destructive results.
There's another way you can prove it wasn't accidental. You know, the other excuse we've heard before, how it just happened once and the rest of the videos were fine? They weren't fine. Reddit user Retired Fool went on the website the videos were being hosted on and found the second episode uploaded early. Most of it was from a review on ScreenAgeWasteland.com.
The movie opens with a shadowy figure with multiple hand attachments who calls in the boys, 4 men from a government...
Bro, wait, what? Fuck you just say? Excuse me?
An agency trying to deal with an alien invasion in a small New Zealand town. Peter Jackson plays dual roles of Derek and Robert, who interact through the use of creative camera work and editing. So Jackson handled acting, writing, directing, cinematography, editing, and special effects for the film. Derek is perhaps the best character in the film. He's bloodthirsty, clumsy, funny, and a little too full of himself. He spends a good portion of the film on his own, but Jackson manages it. He's got a good sense of physical comedy that comes in handy when Derek is dealing with a flap of his own skull that keeps allowing pieces of his brain to fall out. Bad Taste is a gloriously gory entry in the splat stick genre and a true cult classic. Watching it today, you can kind of see inklings of the kind of films Peter Jackson would prove capable of later on through the pacing, camera work.
Dude, he only copied like 90% of it. See, if he did the full 100, I'd be mad. But he only did like 90%. Give him some...
and sheer inventive energy.
So Day 2's video was also plagiarized. The Return of Monster Madness isn't going so well. We know James didn't write this, so who could it have been? Was it perhaps the man who was just bragging about writing most of them himself? Yes, it was. The rest of the Screenwave guys looked at the scripts, and many more examples were discovered. Justin confirmed several more were plagiarized, and Kieran, a video editor who later quit, claimed in a livestream that all of them were.
We went through all the scripts, plagiarized them all. They had multiple, like every single thing was plagiarized. They fucking plagiarized every single thing.
This is a tremendous amount of blatant theft, if true, but soon it became clear almost everything Newt did and said was copied. While I was looking for other stuff Newt made, I saw he was one of the speakers at the Roast of the Angry Video Game Nerd in 2013, and he was proud enough of this he uploaded his bits separately to a channel he was involved with. And just watching it without doing any serious checking, several of the jokes from this jumped out at me immediately.
Justin, I heard Justin was nervous before the show. He couldn't figure out what he was going to wear, either honey glazed or pineapple slices.
This joke is taken from a Gilbert Gottfried roast.
She couldn't decide between the honey glaze or pineapple slices.
Brent Vanderbrook is so deep in the closet, he's having adventures in Narnia.
This is a well-known joke from a 2007 Jimmy Carr stand-up special.
Come on, you're so far in the closet, you're having adventures in Narnia.
People have been ripping this off for years. Here it is posted in 2009, with many of the comments remarking that it's old and stolen even then, and this was almost half a decade before Newt stole it. Here's an in-character Tyrion Lannister Twitter account reusing it a few months before the roast in 2013. I haven't seen the show or read the books, so I'm just gonna assume they read Narnia there too. Don't correct me. While I was researching this topic, I found a Reddit post collecting all the places he stole from for this roast. Obviously there were a bunch. When I found this, I was worried people would think I just got this from here. I assure you I do my own research and don't just read Reddit posts. As proof, they haven't found the source for the Narnia one, so don't I feel special? Unless Jimmy Carr got it from somewhere else too. He's already stealing from the British taxpayer, so I wouldn't be surprised. Newt had just been very sloppily taking shit for over a decade. The guy was fired, and from the sounds of things, everyone's bitter about it, especially the guys who had to make new Monster Madness videos to an insanely short deadline.
And then we have to rewrite 20-something scripts and re-edit them in a week.
Even James Rolfe himself got involved. He quite famously avoids talking about controversial stuff, like 9/11, but there was enough confusion he saw fit to descend from his throne of gold and put up an unlisted video explaining what happened.
One of our writers had somehow added a portion that was taken from a pre-existing article. That's unacceptable, and all of us here apologize for letting that sneak in.
He went with the story Justin did. Some new guy pasted something wrong and confused his notes into the script.
The short story is somebody fucked up. Somebody knew.
I'm not sure if this was recorded before this turned out to be a lie, or if they just decided they didn't need to explain it to the public in detail, and that's understandable. But either way, it wasn't somebody new. It was somebody Newt. That's your joke for this video.
Got
Doing
him.
research, I found an interview with Newt about a low-budget horror film he wrote. However, the picture they used was Philip Mewson. I have no idea how this happened, but it's very funny. For the creative people watching, there's a kind of positive lesson here. You might be mystified why someone would copy stuff for a review. Why is it so hard to just write your opinions on something? But it turns out writing a good review is really difficult. For example, I use the phrase "it turns out" more than once every video by accident because I'm bad at it. I'm not even joking, I've written "it turns out" in the next section without realizing it. That's how fucking
The multiverse of thieves. I want you, like, I'm not trying to over-exaggerate. I need y'all to understand. We're like 39 minutes into this video. It's 3:51, so basically 4 hours. 2 hours of the videos against one person. I just need y'all to get
bad I am. Being able to write a good review is a unique and difficult skill. Creative people often have trouble recognizing their skills as skills because eventually they feel like second nature, and they don't feel real and practical like building a house or doming. But it
What? Oh, he got the OJ Club.
turns in that this stuff actually is valuable. If it wasn't, people wouldn't be stealing it. Creativity doesn't feel super special or unique.
Also, if we're still doing this, by the time this is over, we can go back to that autism video.
Until you realize people have to plagiarize it. Ugh, I accidentally bought this in size twink instead of bear. Oh, would you like some talcum powder with that, sir? No, it's fine. I could wring the sweat out from that and probably sell it. It's worth noting that even when the plagiarism was cleared up, the new videos are still weird. The entire appeal of Monster Madness was it was one guy passionately sharing his opinions. If someone else wrote those opinions, even if they're not stolen, what exactly is the point? James put this better himself a few years back before this all began.
I want to make original films. Lots of people say, well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it was somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, Obviously, I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before. This is an insidious side effect of plagiarism in larger operations. It implicates the person reading the script, not just its writer. But here, the plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction Cinemassacre's videos have taken. The unstolen ones are almost as strange as the stolen ones, in the
what's
ways
up?
James once predicted. You can only hand off.
What? Jesus Christ.
Off so much of your work before it stops being yours.
I can already tell I hate you. That's a joke, by the way. I don't hate it. Actually, I do.
It feels weird to say this about videos where a guy calls a game from 1992 a fuckstick, but the magic is gone. These aren't videos anymore, they're products. Late Stage Cinemassacre is so low effort, the scripts have obvious grammatical errors, and James just reads them without even bothering to change them.
And it's with these survivors that Jim will struggle to stay alive with.
These videos used to come from a place of interest and care, to entertain or share something. Now they're made by a production line for only one reason.
ExpressVPN.com/Cinemassacre.
Internet video as a business is at odds with internet video as a medium, dare I say, an art form. Put the gun down. The increased industrialization of videos doesn't necessarily make the videos better, just easier to make. But if you want to make as much money as possible in the short term, you cut those corners and you make as much product as possible. This gives me a chance to respond to the most common question about plagiarism on the internet, which is, why should we care? Does it really matter in the grand scheme if a review of Octopath Traveler or 28 Days Later is stolen? If you think that, you should try extruding that logic a bit further until it reaches the pain receptors of your brain. Internet video isn't a silly playground where teens pretend to be scared of horror games anymore. It's a business. There is real money to be made in this space, or so the emails from the World of Tanks guys keep telling me. So it's definitely worth
Oh lord, don't let me get a World of Tanks ad. I'm gonna be... They're gonna think I'm a World War II general, the way I'm gonna be playing that game.
interrogating the fact people's work is being exploited in these money-making endeavors. This issue will become relevant later, and by later, I mean now. If you want to maximize your profits by making a video every other day, how do you write that much material? You don't! Part Illuminati. It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the Vaccines and Autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminati, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was... fine? My phone was several meters away and I couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it. This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Dia's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason the Illuminati video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So, what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary entitled MMR What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Dia's YouTube channel with the timecode burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminati video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want.
So
and
epic
to give
today,
proper
what are you
credit to the
talking
people
about?
whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a...
That's why I'm just trying to go for collections as well. During the meantime, that's why I'm collecting iron and lapis at the moment. I'm trying to finish this collections up. Because fuck it, why not?
a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there.
If you want to. It's just Skyblock XP at that point. I'm probably... Oh no, I'll be real. We'll see.
for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases, just to have blood taken.
I
I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors
that were trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus,
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deere's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favorite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video. Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deere's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list. Somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No, she's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has
No, it's called Finders Keepers. You bald bitch. She found the quote, that means it's hers, okay, dude? See, you know what? I made this video. See, it's mine now. That's how it works, dude.
No way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be.
It's
It
jugging
wasn't
season.
plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little pastebin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability.
Yeah, that is true. That's fucked up. Like, how... Hold
The
on.
intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may...
That's a dumb question. Of course it's gonna sell. It's a dye. Whoa. Thank you. I love you, Bennett. Obviously, no ill intentions to that video. I love you. But it is kind of funny. I'm sorry. Seeing Dog. I love Bennett. I still believe he started Divine Kings to borrow shit from people, but I love Bennett. If I see anybody shit talking you in the comments, I'm posting their home address.
may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Talk, medical research studies, however, and
Seriously,
Is it Bennett Arthur? Oh, here we go. You know what? By the way, I want y'all to know, Bennett and Hexcolor, I had to remake that video 4 fucking times. Oh, that red. Ohio Sigma Beast. Yeah, that's me, pal. I had to do the video 4 fucking times because wouldn't let me download it. Then the fan was in the audio. Then I forgot to turn my mic on. That video pissed me off.
huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate.
I still will also never forget Bennett. I applied for Lehman and Divine Kings at the same time. I applied for Lehman and Divine Kings. I think at 5:57 I joined Lehman. At 5:58, Bennett said, "Yo, you want to join Divine Kings?" That's my goat right there.
The Telegraph and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow. But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring.
Dog. How the fuck do you have change? How do you have change in your bank? There isn't change in the game. How the fuck does that work?
When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she...
If it makes you feel better, Bennett, the next person I'm doing a video on is probably going to be Genesis. Well, that's why I left Lehman, because I saw he was level 120. And I'm like, oh. That's why I joined your guild when I did. Yeah, I gotta do it. I gotta expose the M6 god, Genesis.
Plagiarized and just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their...
I was gonna ask you, like, I wasn't trying to be a dickhead at all. Like, it was all fun. The same way that people could look at my profile and make fun of my dungeons and shit and all that. So, like I said, it was all love making that video. It was just kind of memeing. Yeah, Genesis GHC. You don't know who that is? The M6 god. 6,000 of them. The 645 PB. The legend. The 2.99 secrets. Oh god.
Their sources.
I sent him my config for a Ringo. He got that good script going on right now.
And then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not...
Yeah, he lost a thought. He had to think for a while. I do the same thing. Actually, I just give up. If I forget something, I'm like, fuck it. It wasn't important.
Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off. Hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine.
Dog. That ain't nice. That's not... How you gon... Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I see you, you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly, but the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying...
Why do you think I'm doing a non-playthrough? See, everybody goes and does a Iron Man whenever they get bored. See, I decided to be on a new account with no rank to understand how most of my viewers play, because they're all dog shit.
Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do...
And, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a...
Good luck. I got indefinitely suspended on Twitch. Lol. Apparently you are not allowed to call Tazboy a baguette with a PHA at the front.
Documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those two documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up two documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
Alright, have a good one,
What
Bennett.
I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just
Not
north
goat.
of Sandals Resort.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K.
I'm more confused about his King Midas deaths. I can't lie. That one confused me. Because I'm like, how? That one confused me more.
Was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival.
30 mil staff. There's one on the auction house I wanted to fucking buy. It was like for $3 bill. It was a 100k Midas staff. I wanted to buy that so goddamn bad. Oh, I wanted that so bad.
Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
The footage playing while she is saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire. It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism, this is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily, and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though, the video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event, and guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out about the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, "Oh, I used these documentaries as research" at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you, while reusing greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video's looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator,
So you learn how not to get caught up? Nah, I'm gonna tell him. I don't see how it's wrong. I don't see how it's difficult to give credit. You can't make a script on your own unless you use only that shit. Shouldn't even make videos like this. But she loved making some slop. Speaking of some slop, I need some slop top.
My question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content. The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they...
That's why whenever I'm on stream here, I don't do, I don't listen to copyright content. My VOD yesterday, it said it had copyright in it. I'm like, what? And then I looked at the thing and it said, but the copyright user allows people to use it on YouTube. I'm like, well, why the fuck would you tell me? I don't fucking care. If I wasn't allowed to use the music, you better snipe that little girl doing her homework in that window too.
Got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them, so they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube. The opening sequence introduces a prologue.
Oh, I love AI slop. A lot of them. Watch a lot of true crime ones. I like those. Like I said, feed me the slop. I love slop. They call me Undertime Slop.
After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy. Today I'm going to...
Oh! Soldier Boy is the first rapper to be in World War I.
To explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off.
Soldier Boy, first rapper to be in World War. How much battery do you have? Let me check. I got 100k, 150, 2.5, like 3.3. So not much. It's dog shit actually, probably. Lol. Wait, hold up. Wait, give me a second. Damn! What the fuck? That Bennett video going crazy right now. It's already at... When did I post that video? When did I post this? Like... Hold on. 5 hours ago? It's already at 500 views. Everybody loves Bennett.
If not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself. Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes, and you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's, Tricky Dick. Very cool man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several...
I'm gonna be honest. I used to do that on Facebook. I'm gonna be real. Back when I ran Facebook pages back in 2010 through like 2012, I used to what is it? I used to just make Facebook pages and grow them based off of Reddit or subreddits because nobody else was doing it. So that might be true, Shahar, but what is it, Shahar? The drop rate for getting powder is higher in Precursor.
Friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun, but this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber, by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something.
Is it actually? Source on that info? Are you talking to me or Shahar? If you're talking to me, you could literally just look up the rates on the Wikipedia. Like, it's ever so slightly higher, but, you know, there's. Yeah, if you look at, I know it's in the powder chest thing. I could actually look it up real quick. Hold on. Skyblock powder chest. Gemstone powder. Treasure chest. Crystal hollows. Alright, so, yep. Hold on. I'll do this real quick. Chrome. So, like, it's not even that much, but it's like, the jungle, right here, gemstone powder, like, per chest, chance per roll, so like 1.865, 8.123, like that type of shit, right? Mithril, it's 8.333, then 0.858, that type of shit. Goblin hideout, 8.1 whatever, right? And precursor, C36, 88.395. Like, it's not that crazy more, but it is more. You know what I mean? Plus the precursor tools are good too.
Something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer.
If you want to look up that Wikipedia thing as well, just look up gemstone powder skyblock, and then click the chest tab. It should have, like, a thing about it.
Wikipedia's got her covered, and if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process, and I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot
go
of
ahead,
sense.
Krispy Kreme.
But at a certain point,
Stay your ass over there.
you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bext burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminati.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day. But I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least.
Can you make it wiggle? Earlier, can you record letting Jesus take the wheel on your ride home?
Least Shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and they both highlight text when they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry, really. There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept of highlighting text.
Oop. Somebody knock the Hypixel network off. Somebody knock the Hypixel network off. No double powder.
Tons of people use torn paper in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before Illuminati has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. Nah. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives, because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation. This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe, I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deere in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands, that's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. he could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deer out of the story, and it doesn't even work. Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deer has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deer actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly. I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear. But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminati Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to Hubbaboma Guy's plagiarism claims, and I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of. She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is very funny.
On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own special definition with a loophole in it.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, you know, the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own, has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources. The other definitions do bring up not crediting people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition. Remember what I said about plausible deniability?
I love this girl.
This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deer, the Fire Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and including reading out entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read or mention once you used it as a source, it magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then gives the defense that she did cite Deer in that paste bin of hers, but her video demonstrating this actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
Illuminati's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find the documentary in her list, but then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary. What really surprises me about the response is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time.
Damn.
But she doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote.
After slowly and painfully reading out the entire surrounding context, why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Deer, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong. Instead, she shows this one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that, look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary? The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA. I have to admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she technically is quoting something.
At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to here. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description. Some poor Illuminati fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminati isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage.
The next guy, some of y'all might not be happy about it.
If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only watch the videos about Illuminati. You know, drama YouTube. The worst part of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet, who I assume is H-Bomber guy, but I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Drama YouTube is its own sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about whatever's happening in that moment.
So, I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are so busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others' work for having the most banal similarities.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their most evolved form, they're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos and making their own version. I've seen the compilation I made of Blair copying Dia in like 40 different places at this point, but what's really amazing about it is that it's now crossed the drama mill event horizon. So instead of being credited to me, it's credited to the other drama YouTubers the current drama YouTuber got it from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care about getting credit for a video I made in 5 seconds. The point I was trying to make was that Dia is the guy who deserves the credit. But there's still an irony to it. I was trying to make a point about the importance of crediting people correctly, and now my Twitter video has human centipeded its way out of the anals of drama YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who don't even know where it's from, but are ready to reheat and serve it. This is the lowest effort shit you can imagine. They can't even spell plagiarist right. Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities of content. The mask has fallen and the gears of the...
Hold on. Fuck is this? Second, y'all. Fuck. She's goated. She's awesome. I'm gonna be just like her when I grow up. Never mind.
Mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/repent Harlequin to enter a coma and escape this madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think your new special definition of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on. Let's talk about some good videos. Remember my video about the Roblox oof? That one did pretty well, didn't it? There's a bunch of stuff I needed to do for a follow-up video, but then I got distracted by this. But I'll do that eventually. But I'm really happy with the reaction to it. A lot of people I deeply respect seem to enjoy it, and it was even Jack's Film's 3rd favourite video of 2022, which for me is an incredibly high honour, far higher than all the real awards I didn't win. His 2nd favourite video was Man in Cave by someone called Internet Historian, and that thing got like 10 million views, so I'm not surprised. Personally, I'm not a big Internet Historian fan. Years ago I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is, and it was really disappointing. You know, he had the opportunity to talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was...
There's a girl I follow on TikTok that was the organizer for DashCon. So.
Eons ago, and I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made, and a lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now. Anyway, let's finally watch Man in Cave and see what the hype is all about. No, I mean it. Pull up your phone, open up Man in Cave, and let's watch it together. No, just type man in cave. It's the top one. It's got 10 million views. Oh, you can't find it? It's not there? As of present recording, man in cave mysteriously disappeared months ago and has yet to reappear. What happened to man in cave?
Internet historian. I don't like this guy either. If I'm not mistaken, he aligns with, he does a lot of Nazi dog whistles in his video. So, like, literally when this guy came out, when, H-Bomber came out with this video, there were more people trying to defend Internet Historian than the last guy.
Man in Cave is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave. Nice one, Floyd. The video is 1 hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and
Yes, bitch. What do you want, man? Go to bed.
understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience.
That's my favorite. These guys deserve $100 million.
Busy. Ooh, that's a good chunk of change right there. But then in March of this year, the video disappeared. Any links to the video took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable because of a copyright claim. Usually with really popular videos though, YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention, but this was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here? Let's look into this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited doing business as Minute Media. That's what DBA means by
Man, fuck them.
the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher
Oh,
of
wait.
digital content. One of
Oops.
their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images or the YouTube channel's footage?
How much longer is it? I'm gonna beat your ass.
Well, it doesn't look like the channel has ever covered Floyd
I was trying to party you.
Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation. Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh. In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events.
Fuck you. That's what you get. That's what you get. Fuck you.
Hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just.
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send him down with a contortionist who's got a mallet and a chisel. Hey, how about using dynamite? One clique formed, insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing about gas torches. But by far the most common suggestion, of course, was amputation. So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story, so of course they're going to be similar. That's a good point, you're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources or recounting the same history and telling the exact same story in the same way using the same words. And if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are quite a bit different. Instead, it's copying the article visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long. If I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins' leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take, and the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a lobby with the earliest next one.
Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later named Sand Cave once he became trapped. This is covered in the article, as well as being common knowledge about this story.
I'm gonna make some
Internet
coffee real
historian
quick.
treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about. This isn't nitpicking. Okay, it is, but this is the cave in Man in Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found this hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the Mammoth Cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other nearby caves because the names are similar and they're so close by. So it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system. But I do find it really funny a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, buddy. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length, a compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really talented writer and researcher. He was the articles editor for Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories. And I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him. Doubtless more than Riley ever made for writing it in the first place. Internet Historian sometimes cites his sources when they come up. He'll have text saying where it's from, and that's a good practice. But this makes his choice to never cite or mention Riley obvious. He's trying to hide it. Sometimes the way he tries to look like he's done research and wrote this video himself is very funny. There's a bit where he's reading the article out loud, as usual, then pauses and acts like he's about to read something else and just keeps reading the fucking article.
Near the final squeeze, large cracks had formed. The ceiling was beginning to droop. Alright, so the following is a recounting of events from one of Carmichael's men, Casey Jones. Casey and another worker spent about an hour in the cave, but he heard Collins moaning ahead, so he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing Floyd trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet Historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing a lot of research. He doesn't want to read you a good story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it. But this, the obvious fact it's plagiarism, and it's wrong, that's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for ages. I'm gonna have to sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend to have read, and also my board games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game. For my money, that's the best joke I've ever written. Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism. Let's get this set up properly. Aha! But then, this is a whole style of video now, and by style, I mean one person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism, unless you call it the bread tube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a bread tube is. I just woke up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, Internet Historian tweeted about the video's disappearance, but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got claimed, but he chose not to say why, so his audience could freely speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed Pro Sportority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine.
Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed. That's my bad. I just got back and heard that. My bad. My bad. Oops. It's so Jover.
No clear explanation when there is one, and he didn't give it to them on purpose.
I did not mean to laugh when he said they got anti-Semitic. I pulled a Leah. That's my fault, y'all. Hold on. It's not even that. Hold on. I mean, it's not even really that. It's just more so the fact, like, I don't think that type of shit is funny, but I will laugh if it comes out of nowhere, right? Like, if I'm just randomly chilling and then I hear, like, a bizarre statement like that, I'll laugh. Because it's ridiculous. Leah laughs because she's racist. Just so everybody knows the difference.
Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact. Like, dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call troll's remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several
0-calorie sweetener. For anybody saying putting a shit ton of sugar. My coffee.
channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient stuff, and some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it, just sitting in a random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So, thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more information. They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems. Internet Historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money, and bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders? Because he ripped someone off and he
Yeah, you see what I mean?
doesn't want you to find out, that's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one. But then, 2 days later, it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back up, but only unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his torso.
He flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed the words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin.
He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground, poking into his back.
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. Miller thinks for a moment, then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught, but now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole this now. You can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other three men were flat on their backs.
Actually, no. I can't do that right now. I look at one person's profile, everybody starts asking for me to look at their profiles. Sorry. I know what's gonna happen. In a little bit, I might do a thing where I just review anybody's profile that wants me to look at their shit, but at the moment...
I want to get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours.
It'll
His
make
voice
good
disappeared.
content.
His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his...
If it ain't... What's your IGN? Okay.
Ankle. This is vivid story.
Dungeon main. Nice. Better shouldn't have been at Arthur. Shit. I mean, yeah. Really fucking good. It looked like a dungeon rush profile. Now, let me ask you this. Did you get banned?
Storytelling.
Yep, okay.
I can feel myself going insane, even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours.
See? Everybody point at him. He's a fucking loser. Look, y'all can quit calling me a loser now. He's a fucking loser. He has 300 hours. I only have 127 in 8 days. I got fully wiped. Were you insta-mitting? Everybody's thing on, NEU right now is fucked up. I'm gonna be honest. I have a 85 bill network on my profile. Hold on. How you get caught in 2022? Nobody got caught.
It's a really good passage. Internet Historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell.
What was it at the time? I assume it... Wait. Wait. You aren't the guy that Ben Clark made a video on, right? Or are you? Okay, never mind. Because there's a Ben Clark. Long story short, he used to. Because I used to cheat in 2022 as well. That's why. What is it? Hold on. What is it? That's why on this account I had 2.6 million ghost kills.
Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to tell the same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling.
But basically, Ben Clark is he was, I would say, one of the most annoying people on planet fucking Earth. So Ben Clark, what he used to do was he used to be a GM, right? Ben Clark was a GM. Let's get that out of the way. So he used to have a series, essentially, where he would go around and he would find cheaters, right? It's called Minute Macro. We recorded a minute. See, the thing I didn't like about his video, even though I was a cheater, so obviously I didn't like him. The reason I didn't like his videos is he wasn't catching, like, crazy cheaters. It was always just, like, dumb 12-year-olds that just bought the fucking, No, I'm just saying that's what he did. But what I was getting to is there's a guy that he caught, and he told Ben Clark, he's like, "Hey man, please don't get me banned. Listen, when Paul comes up, I'm gonna try to get world record, and then I'll quit the game fully, and then you can report me or everything. But let me just get the record first." And Ben kind of taunted him about it, which at the time I thought it was lame, but on the other side I'm like, dawg, who the fuck gonna believe you? You really gonna stop after this? So basically, if you ever got, like, macro checked a fuck ton back in 2022, it was his fault. Anyway, he got his YouTube rank removed last year because he did an exploit with vertexes, so.
Yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective. The feeling of being stuck in that cycle.
I don't remember his name. I just remember Ben Clark. I hated him because even though I was cheating, okay. Like, I was a cheater, but literally, like, dog, the amount of times I would be killing ghosts and kids would just run up to me, like, they had no equipment to do ghost, but they would just run up to me and check me, was so fucking annoying, and I blame him entirely. He is the reason that happened.
For dozens of hours is gone. It's quite difficult to take a story you got from an article and tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative he was, just how much he relied on Riley's work even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being...
See, I refuse to do ghosts. Like I said, I had 2.6 million ghost kills before I got 30-dayed. How are you auto open the chest? Yeah, because they made it to where Great Explorer, if you have it at max, it insta opens chests now. I don't know how long you haven't been playing the game, but yeah, you can.
Being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before. especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
But what were you doing? Because that did not happen to me.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place? This is so lazy. What is wrong with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me.
No, I don't think that was macro checks. I think that's genuinely people being dickheads. Like, literally, the amount of people I would be up to a rock, and they would go run in front of me to go to their next crystal, piss me off so goddamn much.
It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference humor.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's articles are too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess.
I would just respond, cause it's fun, dumbass. I don't type that shit in game, but that's what I always say that shit on stream. People be like, how do you have so much money, ratting?
Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit.
You said the N-word, didn't you?
The other men had to be carried
I
away,
feel it. I feel it. N-word usage presence here. That might just be mobbed, but I feel it.
Do was leave for now and rest.
Since it can't use any of the clever words,
I don't think you were. I think it was another N-word. I don't think it was Necron.
It stole anymore, the whole thing's been dumbed down.
Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position. So Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Imagine sitting down to watch your favorite show and the streaming service has replaced it with a different cut where all the characters talk like idiots now.
You made me look bad, and that's not good.
I feel bad for the people who enjoyed the...
Yeah. I ratted you, but how did I rat you and then leave in negative profit? Explain that. How that worked, Gennaro. How I rat you and I lost money. I would not. If I ratted you, Cheese, it's because I hated you. Because I hate dungeon mains.
The original. People in the comments and on the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know why because he didn't tell them. Why is the new version of the video unlisted and not public? Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly, by being so much worse, it kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up. But if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10+ million people who saw it the first time, potentially even more than once, will wonder why it's different and look into why and maybe find out.
Only the fun part of the game? The worst part of the game. What are you talking about? Everybody that mains dungeons and talks about how amazing it is, it reminds me of kids that still reminisce on their high school days. Like, dude, there's other shit. Get over it.
But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist, but as quietly as possible.
Yeah, meanwhile, the fun part of the game, where you AOTV and right-click in rooms and do it as fast as you can, and if you don't do the Gleep Glorp skip, and with 0.2 second accuracy, you get kicked and put on a shitter list.
Possible. So no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation, and I don't envy him.
That's why I don't like dungeons. Way too try hard. Like, I have great gear. It requires skill. For what? To be high cata or to play the dungeon? Like I said, we can pull up Genesis GHG if you want.
But he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing...
Yeah, but you are not Cata 50 right now. I'm not talking about the lower levels, I'm talking about like Cata 50. Not only that, Cata 50 parties. Yeah, you have to get a... But see, I don't care that much about dungeons. Like, I have a sub 6-minute PB. I'm not going for anything else. I don't care about dungeons.
to ruin his own video and let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did. To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted, and in this version, just to be safe, he also cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just...
My F7P? Yeah. Because I paid for carries until Cata 36 on this account. I didn't play F7. Yeah, well, I didn't have to grind. I paid 750 mil to get to Cata 36 in one day. Like, of course my F7's bad. I don't give a fuck about that floor.
Just put thanks to Boomstick Gaming in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done, though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really notice...
It was 750 mil. But see, you gotta understand. On my other account, before I got 30 dayed, I had 50 mil net worth. And so whenever I got unbanned on that account, I co-op kicked it and started the 4chan profile. So after that, I went on the 4chan profile. I used a bunch of shit that I couldn't use at the moment because I was gonna go start doing Ghost immediately again, like try and get to do it legit, because I didn't know what else to do in the game for money. So I had a lot of extra money. I was able to sell shit I wasn't using and bought carries for 36 so I could use the Claymore. Oh, I can't see it right now. Or alright, never mind.
The video coming back are the hardcore fans.
Because I don't like dungeons. That's the thing. It does not get rich quick. That is a fucking lie. I got way richer doing Blaze Slayer the middle of last year. See, I was just about to say, dungeon players and Kucher players are both goddamn liars.
Real clever boy move. If I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing, this is how I'd do it, and all I'd have to do next was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. Ah, my knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA Poang to make room for this beanbag chair, and it's rubbish. I love sacks full of balls, but not this much. Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh god! Jesus!
Oh yeah, it makes hella money right now, Gennaro. Why aren't you doing it? Yeah, but see, once again, it's way too fucking sweaty. It might not be sweaty to y'all because y'all had like 15 fucking bajillion runs. But for like a guy that dabbles in it, like, it's good again. Oh yeah, make all the dumbass retarded Kuzer players realize, oh wait, that update isn't coming out for a while.
Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice. And maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers. My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime, I'm very happy to accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from 2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump me up. Now, what's the
Alright, so this video, 1 hour and 48 minutes. We've watched that. We got another 2 hours. And the next 2 hours is on one creator.
first place one? And how do I destroy it? Oh, it's the steamed hams one where an animator did like 1,000,000 different styles. That one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video. Well, I guess I'll settle for second place. This time. So, there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism, why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the ways it can result in destructive results. With these 4 examples, I think
Guys are stupid, and if you care about the way your armor looks in a game, you're homosexual. That's coming from a man that dabbles in peni.
I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse. There's no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else? Congratulations, you figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit?
Put it on my pure black dye Necron. Why do you have NFTs? I mean, fuck it, it doesn't matter. The Necron is worth the same as regular Necron. Find it on Dolk. Nope. See, I knew it. Dolker loves ratted, cheated items. Shout out to Dolker. He's the reason I was able to get a push start on streaming. He harassed the fuck out of me my 3rd stream ever.
It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people...
I don't think he knows that I'm on YouTube now. Probably still thinks I'm on Twitch. Which I am indefinitely suspended on there at the moment, so... Well, please don't harass him. No, I'm gonna harass him. He had to personally tell me to quit telling people that Dolker was a rat, like a year ago. Because I used to... What is it? When I got 30-day ban, I always kept saying, it's like, I'm not saying Dolker mod got me banned. All I'm saying is, it was in my folder when I got banned. Like, I'm not trying to accuse them. And did I have tiny items from a Ringo? Or was it Dolker?
Make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton.
This boy goes 2 hours in on this motherfucker, so get ready.
James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing
Fuck is this?
expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video
Alright,
essays
have a good
became
one.
a popular
Appreciate you dropping
format,
by.
he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Summerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube, in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams. The man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Summerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. And Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly affair.
Now,
Yo, I know all my chat's been there.
obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started before Gay Night and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Summerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night.
Yeah, you gays go at the night. Y'all like vampires. Y'all don't get to see the day. Gay boys get the back.
Can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Summerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Summerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel.
Yeah. If I was sleeping with minors, I would have been arrested by now. Yo, he pulled the Drake defense. Holy.
I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit. But I don't plagiarize. The one time that there actually was plagiarism, it was by mistake, and I fixed it immediately. And it is no longer in my video. And the other two accusations, one was silly.
That's an interesting way of saying you didn't do it.
When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Summerton is telling the truth here. There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate homophobic campaign against.
Yo, I'm gonna need y'all to start doing that. I'm gonna need y'all to attack people. Anytime somebody comes in here saying something, what do you hate gay people? Alright. Appreciate it.
A queer creator. And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping this possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened here, because his fans will threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to contradict him. I'd like to take the opportunity to go through what happened here, so people can see what happened without it being filtered through James and make up their own minds. So, let's clear all this up once and for all, shall we?
By the way, once he's done with the video talking about it, there's a lot of follow-ups I can talk about. Oh.
In July 2020, Summerton uploaded Evil Queens, a queer look at Disney history, a 1-hour and 8-minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload of the video has since been deleted for reasons which will become clear. As the video reached its audience, some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens by Sean P. Griffin. James opens with a present-day example of Disney being bad about gay content.
Also, does he not realize you can't do that anymore? Wait, what?
On their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Fantasy is often described as a method of escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living in a society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously, his prospects brighten though when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle. He whispers to himself, "How delightful," and vows to arrange a rendezvous with the boy.
Most of this video is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her soul, from looking sorry and saint-like to shimmying madly.
See, you're allowed to copyright or steal shit like this. As long as you don't get caught, but once you get caught, you aren't allowed to do that. That's how it works, by the way. Time is it? Okay, it's not, chant table reset.
And excitement.
Throughout this video, James uses parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and is trying to get away with it.
In its use of vocalist Pat Curl's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, Poor Unfortunate Souls is an unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it, he passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Summerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babuccio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Summerton removes all mention and discussion of Babuccio, but he still steals everything he says.
And amping up that depiction to an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles, are superficial. A matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babushio meant by this, and that would give away
Oh,
James
okay.
didn't write it. I didn't
Check.
even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once. He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted so it sounded like he was saying their words too. That's not something you do by mistake. That's something you do when you want to take the credit, which he does. In future videos, James talks about Evil Queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other movies require a bit more digging.
Uh-huh.
In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies,
Uh-huh.
especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy. Then I explained it to them, and they came around to seeing it.
Yeah, I
my way.
did.
And everyone clapped. James claims this video is his work and a weird, bold new approach to media, when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and homosexual to queer or LGBT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent acts against LGBT people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Summerton never mentioned the book or its author anywhere. There was nothing in the credits, the description, no citations, no mention of his name. Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a book, but it's not Tinkerbell's. It's Disney War, a commonly cited source in videos covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and hundreds of words worth of examples of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded that he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text.
I think I might try to do that though. Low-key looks fire. Worm fishing, that is. Seems like a lot of good money. I didn't realize memories 60k per.
Somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out.
I don't know how much you can make, but I know somebody that joins my stream, an OG viewer of mine, Drosea, said they bought a hype off of only hold on. Okay. Wait. Never mind.
He didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited, the history of queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet. So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked—
I don't either, man. Did this bastard? Did this bastard? Alright, Minos Relic. Minos Relic. Alright, I'm gonna do this because I'm a dickhead. I'm a dickhead. 129999999. Because I'm a dickhead. Fuck you. I need my money back. I thought I was gonna do skacha mining, but I realized I'd rather just buy a skacha pet. Fuck you, mobbed.
Looked at the description of the unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking the celluloid closet in a familiarly vague way. Summerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit.
Speaking of which, I've stolen something. I've stolen a thumbnail. If you go look through my video thumbnails, you will see which one it clearly is. I'm gonna download this video, but I'm gonna delete it off my channel. This is Blaze Slayer Dork one. Delete forever. Yep. I understand. Also have a Death Streaks yapping video. Cool. We almost at 1K views on the Benny video. Holy. I can feel this one. I feel like this one gonna get 10K.
Ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing the celluloid closet and unrequited side by side like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no—
Told you. I'm gonna be honest. Here's the thing, okay? I looked up Derpy, right? I was trying to find a thumbnail because this was my... I'm gonna be honest, I'm so pissed that video didn't bang. Because during one Derpy, I dropped 6 giant swords, 4 master stars, and a phoenix pet. Like, that's how lucky I got during that Derpy, and that video got 400 views. I even stole a thumbnail. Now, here's the thing. That thumbnail, the only place I can find it, or the only place where I found it, like I reverse Google searched it, the only place I found it was on the Hypixel subreddit, from an account that's deleted. So who the fuck do I credit?
No one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and
Let's
included
finders
these
keepers,
screenshots
baby.
of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline. This tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after saying she was thinking of checking the other video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism. That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want people who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers had been hunting down his home and work addresses. Any harassment or threats Summerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Summerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven.
See, that's what... I fought with him, but see, I'm gonna take the Bambi 420 approach, okay? Bambi, when he made that video against Dry Streak, he said, oh, by the way, if you're trying to go, like, message Dry Streak, make sure you spell it correctly, because another guy's getting harassed. We need y'all to go harass the right guy. The other guy, he's getting harassed. Make sure to spell his name right. We don't want that guy getting harassed. We want the other guy getting harassed.
Evan. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticisms, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Summerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway, and starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address, with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers, and barely anyone had seen the thread until Summerton accused it of trying to kill him. Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Summerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he...
Yeah, I just commented on it. Hold on. Well, I'll show it, like, I guess. I only just saw that earlier, by the way. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we're good. Making sure I didn't have anything up top. So, I went to go check, and oh wait, no, not this page. B. Oh wait, B lover. Community post. Basically, just putting this out there as my official statement on the matter. Basically, yeah, dude, the Ratter somehow got the exact timing right. Like I said, I don't know if he did have anything to do with it, but I still will blame Bambi. It wouldn't have happened if he wasn't talking to him. So then this guy, for some reason, Alex IY, whoever the fuck that is, said you should follow 4chan. He's the biggest YouTuber. Bro hasn't moved from his bed. LMAO, even ColeHub knows the memes. Holy shit, ColeHub knows the memes. Plus one Reddit gold for you, sir. You win the internet. Me when I'm a trans. Hold on, what's... Dog, what the fuck? Now Zink's gotta get it. Cause now Zink's the fuck did they meet? Who the fuck would look at pronouns in a fucking YouTube bio? I didn't know that. And by the way, if we gonna do that, I'm throwing him under the bus. I'm throwing him under the bus. I don't care. I ain't getting called transphobic. I will fuck any trans man or woman. See, now I feel bad. Hold on. I'm gonna go actually apologize to them. Let me go get ratted real quick. Hold on. I need to go make this right. Yeah, how the fuck was I supposed to know that? What? Why was I supposed to know they put YouTube? Alright. Well, hold on. Let me change this shit back. Whoops.
He could have possibly gotten would
Hold on, I'm about to go shit talk Zinks. Hold on.
Was the head of a targeted campaign against him, while trying to hide the evidence. On the other hand, the author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Summerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed.
Does anybody know their Discord? I want to apologize to them because I didn't know.
Changed their username and locked their account. You literally...
Wait, no. They fucking made fun of me for being fat and then had the nerve to... Yeah, fuck them. What?
You can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Summerton's fans believed they were defending him from someone threatening his life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
Somebody watched my Evil Queens video, my video about Disney, and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism. Somebody read their thread and decided to message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that, and some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah, that's the situation.
I'm gonna start doing that too. Y'all call me fat, I'm about to start telling everybody that y'all said y'all was gonna kill me and, like, cut my throat.
That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply forgot to credit the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so I...
Also, something Zinks just pointed out, Mobbed. They're getting defensive, or she's getting defensive, accusing me of being transphobic, when she literally started calling me fat! Like, what?
I don't always remember to put everything in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his video to serious
Nah, it ain't even that, because I feel bad for the fact, like, I know a lot of people are like, man, pronouns, I don't care, I'd like to be respectful. But, I'm gonna be real, I'm not looking at fucking YouTube to see somebody's pronouns. Okay?
Documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries.
Like, I don't go to somebody's YouTube profile and be like, okay, let me see their pronouns before. And besides, I'm throwing Zinks under the bus. I copy and pasted what he said.
Based on books that come out.
I'm throwing Zinx under the bus. I still would like to be with... I would still like to get some pussy from trans women in the future. So I'm throwing Zinx under the bus. You ain't fucking up my life.
And so, yes, going forward, I just want you to know my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different...
Hold on. Join a VC in my Discord. Alright, give me a second.
Go.
How the fuck was I supposed to know? Dog.
Wait, are you live right now?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, don't say the N-word, Bob.
Okay.
I'm not racist. It's okay.
Look at my screenshot. Look at this go to debuff.
You're not the debuff demon.
But yeah, so
I solid 6.
I didn't even see that, but I shit talked Bambi's video because it's dog shit. And so, I guess whoever the Alex IY guy is, I don't know who that is, he fucking went to his community post and said, follow 4chan, the best YouTuber. And ColeHub, I don't know who the fuck ColeHub is, by the way. And, they said he's somehow still in bed. And Joey LMAO, that's Berg, fucking put, LMAO, even ColeHub knows the memes. So I said +1 Reddit gold to you, sir. To, what's his name? Joey. And then, I didn't know ColeHub. I'm throwing him under the bus. He ain't gonna fuck up my chance with trans women in the future. Zinx told me to copy and paste that. So I posted that.
What did you post?
ColeHub when he can't nuke for chest and Crystal Hollow. I didn't know. First off, I don't know who the fuck ColeHub is.
I feel like I recognize that IGN from somewhere.
It's Latika or something.
Oh my god. Okay, that's that. Okay, I remember that.
Dog, how the fuck was I? First off, let's get this out the way. I'm not going to a YouTube profile to see pronouns, okay? I don't mind respecting pronouns, like I'm not a dickhead. But why the fuck would I look in a YouTube bio for that?
That's fair.
What?
That's fair. And no one's gonna look at a YouTube bio, it's unrealistic.
Yeah, and then they said, me when I'm a transphobic loser. I said, I'm literally pansexual. What the fuck are you on about? Like, didn't you insinuate I'm fat? First off? Anyway.
Okay.
Dang, I didn't know what the fuck I did. I'm gonna be real. I ain't do nothing.
Yeah, you did nothing.
I was trying to send the gif of ColeHub actually macroing Crystal Hollows, but I couldn't. And Zinx couldn't even post it because Bambi has him blocked on YouTube. But yeah, anyway, bye-bye.
Book, and not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists. Somerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read it and realize he copied it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off that. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is my own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from
One
the
second.
video? He doesn't even try.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
Yeah,
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Summerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin. It sounds like Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has, based on the book by Sean Griffin, hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Summerton has come up with new lies about it to try to make himself look better. On a recent livestream, someone brought up the old allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
Hold on real quick.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book. And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it.
Oh, wait. If you aren't putting all silexes on it, there's no point. And you would eventually, yeah, you would want to put max on, but if you don't even have enough to put max, no.
But I did have full permission from him before making the video.
The tweet about how he literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up. Anyone can fact check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person
you've
who
been
criticized him
you've been
simply
keeping your
didn't
hearts down.
notice.
In the
I
original
sell that
version
shit.
of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description. And so I took down the video and I put it back up, and somebody didn't acknowledge the based on the book by in the comments, so I took the video down and put it back up with the author in the opening titles.
Again, his reply to her where he acknowledged he hadn't and was going to is still up. For reasons I don't understand, James likes to tell obvious lies that make him look worse. This is why I felt it was important to make this video documenting the evidence. Currently, the only version of events people are likely to hear is his. Even if it's easily disproven, who's disproving it? The person who noticed the plagiarism in the first place was threatened into non-existence by his fans, leaving his lies as the last story standing. There's also another reason why I'm not buying the "it was based on a book" excuse.
And then there was a video I made about Disney that was based directly on a book that I got the permission from the author to make the video.
Let's take that at face value. Okay, so this video is based on this book. Based on it, word for word.
That was word for word from the book.
This is a lie, of course. He changed quotes so it sounds like he's saying them, and altered a bunch of other words to try to make it sound different, but let's pretend it was for a second. Is it possible he really was just trying to adapt the book? James insists this is the case, but at this point, I'm not sure I can trust him when he says things. The author of the thread was just comparing the video to the one book she noticed, and mentions around the 53-minute mark he moves on to stuff not covered widely by the book, like Mulan.
Disney's Mulan is, however,
I don't like not
a
selling
queer
sex, so...
First of all, it's a little bit weird that his video, word for word adapting the book, stops adapting it and starts winging it partway through. But let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be really fucking bad for him if it turned out he also stole the new stuff from somewhere else? Yeah, it is bad, because he did!
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described, a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie people could check. James, what were you thinking? What was your plan here? The section on Mulan is taken from an article at Shondaland by Asian American trans person Jez Tom about how the film speaks to their experience with gender. This section is almost word for word stolen from this article.
Mulan as Ping progressively works their way toward achieving manhood, which is defined by catching fish, carrying heavy things, and of course, wielding a big stick.
He makes a few changes since this
Yeah,
article
but
is
I
one
don't think you understand. It makes your drill look pretty. See, you didn't think about that. Idiot.
Specific queer trans person writing about how they related to the film, Summerton removes their personal
20
experiences and
seconds,
moves
I
on to the next
presume?
sentence.
First, in Honor to Us All, the village women attempt
Okay,
to
thank
sculpt Mulan into an ideal woman. More specifically, an ideal wife. Mulan fails the test of womanhood when her meeting with the matchmaker goes horribly awry.
Sometimes, though, he keeps the stories in and makes a slight change.
Mulan's gender journey over the course of the movie feels very familiar to many trans and non-binary people.
Jesus! Is he really doing this instead of just crediting the person he got all this from? Well, yeah, he does this repeatedly.
Many trans men in particular feel a kinship with Mulan as the character prepares to convince everyone they're a man, practicing their swagger, affecting their voice to a lower register, and scrambling to settle on a boy name.
Summerton doesn't just steal another article when he's done stealing from a book, he deliberately changes it to avoid acknowledging the original author and their experiences so he can pretend he wrote it. Just for the record, I found an article on another website that quotes this article by Tom. Here's how quoting works, James. It's clear who wrote this, and even links to it as well for the reader's convenience. Meanwhile, James just pasted these words into his script and read it out loud like he came up with it.
As Mulan acknowledges this failure in reflection, she poses a question that most trans people know intimately. When will my reflection show who I am inside?
It goes without saying you shouldn't just take stuff and reuse it without crediting them. Write your own videos, man! Well, maybe he shouldn't do that either, because if you've been paying attention, which you have, you notice this is the video where James said gay night was Lord Disney's brilliant idea because he loves gays so much. Is this part stolen? Well, kind of, yeah. Griffin's book correctly explains the gay night situation. The part where James talks about this is in a brief section that appears to be written by him, connecting the parts written by Griffin and Jez Tom. We're graced with a whole minute and 30 seconds actually written by James, how nice of him. It seems like when writing his own new section to connect the two writers he stole, he wrote a half-remembered story about gay nights he got from the same book. So the part of the video that was technically his was full of obvious mistakes. This is, well, it's not a good sign. There's a bit of a theme developing. These guys don't know their history. They're copying it without really learning it. So when they try to be unique, they have nothing to say, and none of what they say is accurate. Around the time he re-uploaded Evil Queens, acknowledging one of the people he plagiarized, Summerton also unprivated the queerbaiting video, with what seemed to be no changes, except an acknowledgement at the top saying the stolen portion is based on the celluloid closet and its documentary counterpart. Before the video went down, the description didn't look like this. It just had a special thanks hidden at the bottom. So while it was down, he'd changed it. Looks like he settled on using based on as an excuse for stealing things when he's caught. I guess we should take a look at exactly how based on it is. The Celluloid Closet is a documentary about the portrayal of homosexuality across the history of Hollywood, with plenty of interviews with film historians, writers, directors, and actors. The structure and narrative is based on the book of the same name by Vito Russo, who passed away from complications of AIDS before the documentary could be made. The first 30 minutes of Unrequited is just the Celluloid Closet. James Illuminati'd it. He downloaded a copy of the documentary, loosely paraphrased it, and as footage for the video he uses the same clips the documentary used of the movies it talked about. He also reuses the more pivotal interviews, adding his own titles so it looks like he got them from somewhere else. James wants to pretend to be a scholar of film history, when in fact he watched a documentary and is now pretending it's his. He never credits the documentary as a source when he's doing this. He even pulls my favorite trick, which I've come to call the Blair Classic. He quotes film historian Richard Dyer.
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
So we learn from the movies what it means to be a man or a woman, what it means to have sexuality.
Richard Dyer, film historian.
It's actually Richard Dyer. Would you like to know how I know that?
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
He has his own special spin on this trick, too.
The lesbian experience isn't really expressed in the film at all, and even Shirley MacLaine has gone on record in 1996 saying William Wyler, the director, never even spoke to her about the lesbian elements.
What he's neglecting to mention is the place MacLaine went on record in 1996 is the celluloid closet.
At the time that we made the picture, there were not real discussions about homosexuality. None of us were really aware.
James is dimly aware what he's doing is shit, so he's taking baby steps to avoid it. Without solving the actual problem, he's remaking a documentary using their ideas and footage.
Gore Vidal, screenwriter of the film, said this in 1996.
Let's say that these two guys, when they were 15, 16, when classes knew each other, they had been lovers, and now they're meeting again, and the Roman wants to start it up.
He's flipped the footage and added weird filters to try to avoid triggering the YouTube bots, which correctly would flag this video as just large chunks of a copyrighted documentary. I doubt he's even seen many of the films he's talking about here. He's just showing clips from the documentary, quoting the documentary, or straight up repeating what it said himself.
Homosexuality is a thing. It does exist, but it's not something good moral people should talk about.
Homosexuality was finally being talked about on the screen, but only as something that nice people didn't talk about.
I know a lot of documentaries are based on books, but not a lot of them are based on other documentaries someone already made, James. Celluloid Closet ends with a heartfelt acknowledgement of Vito Russo, the book's late author. James's video, which takes pains to tell you was written, filmed, and edited by James Somerton, also ends by saying it is in memory of Vito Russo. This one line of text is the only acknowledgement of Russo or the documentary in this entire fucking video. For those keeping track, this is the second gay writer and activist who tragically passed away of AIDS in 1990, whose words James has passed off as his own. There were obviously comments on the video pointing out he's just remade a documentary for 30 minutes, and James's reply was to insist it was impossible not to plagiarize the Celluloid Closet, because it's such a good history lesson. This is his main defense when this comes up. Of course it's derivative. It's the only place I could get information on the topic, which implies James has not engaged with the last 65 years of writing about gay people in the film industry. He also claims he hasn't simply posted it as his own, even though he'd never acknowledged the documentary until someone caught him and then had to sneak one into the description. If he wanted to pay respect to his main source, he could have said in this documentary instead of in 1996, but I won't say where. But in this reply, he says something very funny. He insists he expanded on some of the ideas in this section, implying he did some of his own work. One thing did stick out to me as new. The documentary covers Rebel Without a Cause, but not for very long. When James talks about it, he goes on for longer, in ways that aren't paraphrasing the documentary for once. So this must be the new section. All that original work that proves he didn't just rip off a documentary. Wouldn't it be really fucking funny if it turned out he stole this part too? Oh, you bet your ass he did!
Dean's character, Jim, is a teenager kicking against a...
This is my goat right here. He is goated with stealing.
authority and parental neglect, who becomes both friend and fascination to Minio's Plato, a lonely younger kid.
Despite being based on an existing documentary, Somerton takes a break in the middle to steal from someone else. He stole Peter Howell's article on Rebel word for word, not even trying to cover it up with find and replacing text this time.
If you don't pick up on that from the photo of hunky Alan Ladd that Plato has taped inside of his locker, or the looks of adoration he gives Jim, it becomes abundantly clear when he makes a coded declaration of love to Jim late in the film.
It's not like I lifted it and posted it as my own, my foot. He changes one thing. The current date.
Plato is obviously gay, although it's easier to say that in 2020 than it was in 1955.
Peter Howell, whose shit he jacked, is not acknowledged in the video or the description or anywhere else and never has been. Like with Jez Tom, this section was never caught, until now, so he hasn't had the chance to go back and pretend it's based on it. It starts to feel like Somerton is just an extremely cynical loser with a business degree who, like Blair, and around the same time even, saw the success of video essays and decided to half-ass his way into them by stealing shit. This is on the whole how business people see creativity. They don't respect it. It doesn't matter, it's beneath them, so they can take it and say it's theirs if they want. But at this point, my interest was fully pequeed. I was just looking at the original allegations to see if they were true, to check for myself. But even in just looking at those two, I found 2 more places he stole from that other people hadn't even found yet. And if it was that easy to find more, how deep does this rabbit hole go? These videos were made over 2 years ago. Did James learn his lesson from being repeatedly caught plagiarizing and at least stop? Well, his next video, Society and Queer Horror, has a script supervisor in the opening credits, and this person would go on to be his co-writer for many future videos. That doesn't necessarily mean the videos are better though. I mean, first of all, that's not how you spell supervisor, so write that down. But he even has another writer now, so surely he started making his own original videos and things got better? Well, things got much, much worse. Society and Queer Horror, or as the video calls itself, Deep Cuts Society and Queer Horror, steals so many words from so many writers it genuinely makes me think I've traveled to an alternate dimension where plagiarism is fine!
4 girls end up in the same school and find each other essentially by cruising the hallways. Given Carrie's simultaneous status as horror film victim and monster, alongside the narrative concerning her burgeoning sexuality and attraction to boys, or when Ripley asserts authority in the team after Dallas is caught by the alien, Ash, the male robot, feels threatened and attempts to dominate Ripley, regain his masculinity. It's fun, messy, mean, sad, campy, and self-aware. That's the key variable that makes Hellraiser so special.
I can't show you how messed up this is without ruining this video's runtime even more than I already have. So let's use visuals. Here's a transcript of all the words James says in this hour and 25-minute long video. And here's all the parts that are plagiarized.
Yo, he the king of it. That is goated. My boy is the goat of... He's just yoinking, dude. Like, you got yoinked. It's a prank, dude. Like, cry about it, dude. You got yoinked. GG, on to the next one. Got yoinked. Sorry.
Each author's name is in a different color for convenience. This video steals roughly 10,000 words from 18 different places. And this is just the stuff I found. There could be more. A truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into his prompter, reading words he got by Googling movie name gay. I wish I could show you everything he copied, but we'd be here forever. This is just one video and he makes so many of these. And now we know how! But Somerton thinks he's figured out a loophole. It's a familiar spin on an old classic. It opens with a horror-themed credits sequence, which claims the video is based on the works of, and briefly shows a bunch of names. These are some of the people he plagiarized. So if any of his plagiarism is noticed, he can say, "No, I name-dropped them in the opening for literally 1 second, so it's fine." This is the stupidest thing I've ever... Anyone watching this video would assume this is Somerton showing his sources, or people whose work he read while writing the video, not people whose writing is the video. Based on the works of Colin Arison. What does this mean? There's no way of knowing what Colin's contribution to the video was. Does this mean he inspired a section? That he gets quoted? That James read him and used some of those ideas? This mention means 21 minutes into the video, the next 5 full minutes are word for word copied from an essay he wrote.
Benshoff recognizes Hellraiser for some of its visual characteristics, but comes to the conclusion that too often the representation of Barker's monster queers seems similar to those produced by right-wing ideologues.
I don't think I need to tell you, this is just plagiarism with an even stranger excuse than normal. Somerton never tells you when he's just reading other people's words, because then people wouldn't know he didn't write anything. He's hidden their name at the beginning and in the end credits at the very bottom, after a long list of patrons, so he can make a video out of other people's words without ever saying when he's actually doing it. 4 minutes is just Andrew Park's article about the film The Craft, with slight changes to try to hide it, and his usual LGBT to queer word swapping.
The film follows the story of 4 teenage girls who each grow up feeling different in one way or another. Special and above the fray of their peers, or rejected by them entirely, as so many queer teens have experienced. The most memorable character, by all accounts, is Nancy, and she's already out as a witch, openly practicing the craft. She wears goth lipstick and black, laced-up Stevie Nicks boots. She has a sexual history and a noose hanging in her locker. Bonnie is a girl with self-image issues due to scars that cover her arms and back.
Swapping back and arms to arms and back doesn't work. We can still tell.
Chris, your typical teenage movie football jock, persists in making bullying comments about the three spiritual deviants, who he calls the bitches of Eastwick. Because he's just so clever.
Wow, what a great addition, Jimmy. You really spiced up that anecdote, made it your own, put your fucking spin on it. Oh well, this is a bit skeevy, but at least Park's name is in the credits, so people can at least see his name and check him out. No, he's not in the credits. Half the people James plagiarized in this video didn't make it in, he forgot. This whole "it wasn't plagiarism, I said it was based on them at the start" excuse really doesn't work when you forget to put half their fucking names in. My personal theory is James came up with this phony excuse during the Evil Queens fiasco when he was already making this video, so when he made this list, he'd already forgotten half the people he plagiarized. The segment about aliens is completely taken from Bart Bishop's essay Queering James Cameron's Aliens.
Aliens is curiously progressive in its sexual politics overall, especially for a movie released during the Reagan years. Take, for instance, the exchange between Hudson and Frost. This isn't just queer behavior being portrayed in a positive manner, but one of the many ways that the movie obfuscates gender and supports a pansexual ethos.
My favorite part is when he reuses an extremely long quote from author David Grevin, along with Bishop's exact commentary on it, with a very slight change.
David Grevin, in Demeter and Persephone in Space, observes, Bishop, the cyborg,
That scared me, I don't know how.
Grevin further suggests that the aliens, and especially the alien queen, represent a cisgendered heteronormative status quo that resents the changing times. So while Grevin suggests that the conservative alien queen has contempt for the queer family dynamic, the metaphor could go even further. Cameron creates a future where gender norms have all but disappeared.
He changed "I'd go even further" to "the metaphor could go even further," suggesting he is at least uncomfortable using someone else's words in first person. The copying of Bishop's Aliens essay was eventually pointed out on his website. Bishop responded calling this very strange. Bishop also made a Facebook post about being plagiarized, which is disheartening to read. This situation demonstrates perfectly the way respect and social status factor into stealing. James fundamentally doesn't respect the people he's copying. He knows to quote people when they're well known, but when he thinks he can get away with it, he doesn't. A lot of queer analysis is sadly unrecognized, and James exploited this obscurity for clout and hid a little excuse where people will miss it, but only for about half of them. As with several previous authors, Bishop was not credited. However, the video's credits do contain David Grevin, one of the authors Bishop quoted. At first I thought Grevin was in the credits because he quotes him by name in this section, but no, he's in here because he also stole from Grevin.
In terms as resonant as they were phobic, Scream was a cry of despair over an apparent amorality in the millennial or late Gen X youth, especially in the male population. The homoeroticism of the Billy Stu relationship, which the film develops into an all but explicit queer love affair, shows both the unpredictable, anarchic, bewildering behavior of the generation and the shifts in male gender roles synonymous with it.
By complete coincidence, the competent writers he's plagiarizing are familiar with each other's work and sometimes even quote each other. Grevin doesn't actually come up by name when James reads his words out loud for 5.5 fucking minutes. The authors James steals only get their name mentioned in the video if someone else he was stealing happened to mention them. I'm losing my fucking mind! When he quotes Bishop quoting Grevin, he puts this text up like he's quoting them. However, like Illuminati, he doesn't list the source in any useful way. This is because he doesn't know the source. He got it from this article, and he can't list the article as a source because he doesn't want you checking and finding out what he's done. It's the same reason he didn't film himself next to Evil Queens. He'd be giving the game away. Ironically, this is how the Bishop plagiarism was discovered in the first place. Someone was trying to find the source of one of these quotes and Googled it and discovered the whole segment was a quote. Somerton's videos are anti-educational. They go out of their way to hide where they come from or where to learn more. But this gives me an idea for a hot new game. Go to a random section of Somerton's video and just Google the words he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna literally click on a random part of the video right now. I'm gonna hold my mouse up to the microphone so you can hear it.
Dedicates an entire subplot to the romance between Richie and Eddie.
Okay. And here we go. 1 result. Well, that was easy.
It, by Stephen King, was published in 1986 and has made a lasting cultural impression. The novel inspired a miniseries, 2 movies, and ruined clowns for generations of children. And adults, frankly.
Oh, good one. This one is an analysis of Stephen King's
Alright,
It
it's
by
hot
Rachel
again.
Brands.
Sorry.
He reads this article for about 4.5 minutes. And Brands is one of many people whose name didn't make it into his dumb fucking credits. I reached out to Brands about her essay being used in this manner, and she told me she'd never been asked permission to use it, but she already knew it happened. You see, she was a fan of Somerton's work, and even supported him financially on Patreon. So she saw this video as soon as it went out, and realized it was copying her. This is...
Well, it's not even that, it's because I'm also drinking coffee. Whenever I drink drinks, I immediately start sweating. Always. Every single time. I hate it. Even whenever I was like 180, it always happened. I don't like it. But, oh well.
So fucked up. A queer writer who supported James financially because she thought he was making original work discovered she was funding the plagiarism of work like hers, including literally hers. Brands was never paid by the website she wrote this essay for, since at the time she was writing for Exposure, which she definitely didn't get when James didn't even fucking credit her. Somerton makes a lot of money doing this. Tens of thousands of dollars in Patreon income, ad revenue, his many sponsorships, and another massive payday we haven't even gotten to yet. Brands has never been compensated for her contribution to James's financial success, and she's not the only person James plagiarized in the section on Stephen King's It alone. After reading Brands without crediting her for almost 5 minutes, suddenly he starts saying new words.
Childhood trauma looms under the skin of the Losers Club well into adulthood.
Wow, did James write part of his video all by himself? Nope, it's from the Hollywood Reporter. We've seen this song and dance before, it goes on for ages. I'm just gonna highlight one of the parts he changed because it's so funny.
Like every person on the planet, the losers remain trapped in their trauma. They've just found new ways to cope. Richie ended up telling jokes and becoming rich and successful, but always alone.
Somerton specifically removed mention of a character finding success using other people's material. That probably hit a bit too close to home, huh?
The plagiarism thing, it's not a thing.
After several minutes of stealing Joelle Monique's article, the video still has a bunch of runtime left to talk about it.
It is the hate that's unnatural. The hate that is evil.
Oh, for fuck!
When we get into the head of Don Haggerty, Adrian's boyfriend, and the author lets the reader know him, he's sympathetic. He's smart and loving. He also sees the town for what it is, sees its evil clearly and wants to leave it.
The entire 12-minute long It section is copied from 3 different articles, back to back to back, and only one of the 3 authors is even in these shitty credits. Somerton didn't thank Brands or Monique for the articles about Stephen King's It he stole for money. He did, however, take the opportunity to thank Stephen King! I love it when small indie writers finally get the acknowledgement they deserve. It boggles my tiny mind just how much every tiny thing is stolen in this video. He really briefly, like for 30 seconds, discusses the appeal of witchcraft to queer people, and he steals an article for that too.
Witchcraft, on the other hand, offered a spiritual space where queer people could step into their personal power and explore otherness without shame, guilt, or fear. Furthermore, the idea of a coven creates a space for community.
Based on the works of whoever wrote this sentence. Of the 18 authors I found him stealing from, only 9 of them make it into the opening or closing based on credits. So at least half the people he copied didn't even get a bullshit credit. And that's just what I found. I'm pretty sure I missed some. Maybe he reworded some parts better than others, so it's harder to check. But after seeing how much shit he stole for this video, I have no doubt the blank spaces are just someone else I missed. After this video came out, I think he decided he'd gotten away with it, so he stopped using the based on the works of excuse and just went right back to stealing shit. Here's one of his next videos, Code Breakers, Queer Film Theory and Why It Matters. This video's opening credits are just James, and the description thanks no one, but it's still full of plagiarism. Replacing the queer agenda with a straight agenda does not mean there is not an agenda. Zinc Hero of YouTube loved this line by Somerton so much. What?
Yo, Zinks loved that one. He all up in the gay comment.
What am I willing to bet he stole this line too? Place your bets! directly into my pocket because, yeah, obviously, you fucking piece of shit!
It also bears mentioning that if a filmmaker doesn't choose to queer history, that doesn't mean they're telling history like it was. It just means they're straighting history. Replacing the gay agenda with a straight agenda does not mean that there's no agenda.
Summerton's fans praise him for the quality of his writing, unaware it's not his. Since the true authors' names have been erased from the story, they are prevented from learning who they actually enjoyed and being able to go read more. I find this genuinely sad. James, how do you manage to churn out so many high-quality videos so frequently? I know how! At one point, he starts explaining basic film theory. Not basic by nerd standards. I mean, it's like he's just reading Wikipedia. Actually, not like.
Today, there are many different schools of film theory. So let's talk about them. The structuralist film theory emphasizes how films convey meaning through the use of codes and conventions, not dissimilar to the way languages are used to construct meaning in communication. An example of this is understanding how the simple combination of shots can create an additional idea. The blank expression on a person's face, an appetizing meal, and then back to the person's face. While nothing in this sequence literally expresses hunger or desire, the juxtaposition of the images convey that meaning to the audience. Marxist film theory is one of the oldest forms of film theory. Sergei Eisenstein and many other Soviet filmmakers in the 1920s expressed ideas of Marxism through film. In fact, the Hegelian dialectic was considered best displayed in film editing through the development of the montage, a Russian invention. Eisenstein's solution was to shun narrative structure by eliminating the individual protagonist in favor of telling stories where the action is moved by a group, and the story is told through a clash of one image against the next, whether in composition, motion, or idea. Formalist film theory is a theory of film study that is focused on the formal or technical elements of a film, i.e. the lighting, scoring, sound, set design, use of color, shot composition, and editing. It's a major theory of film study today. Formalism, at its most general, considers the synthesis or lack of synthesis of the multiple elements of film production, and the effects, emotional and intellectual, of that synthesis and of the individual elements. For example, let's take the single element of editing.
Back to back,
A formalist
baby.
might study how
Yes,
standard
sir.
Hollywood continuity editing
Back
creates a more
to back.
comforting effect, and
I knew it was
non-continuity
back to
or
back,
jump
too.
cut editing might become more disconcerting or volatile.
Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing. It speaks volumes what James thinks of video essays as a format. To him, reading Wikipedia is equivalent to what everyone else is doing. I don't know why you would make videos like this unless you were just in it for the money. Where's the joy of doing your own research, your own learning, and getting to share it in your own way?
That's
These
gay,
videos
though.
are a cash grab with absolutely zero original thought or soul. I didn't think YouTube videos could have souls, but now I've experienced ones that don't. The end credits don't thank any of the people or wikis who wrote this video, just James and his co-writer Nick. Oh, and he thanks all his patrons who give him thousands of dollars to read Wikipedia to them without telling them. And this puts us onto a related problem with his videos. This might be obvious, but James is a little bit lazy. In Codebreakers, in between the rest of the stealing, he brings up the potential gay overtones in Legend of Korra between Prince Wu and Mako.
Mako's Will They Won't They with Prince Wu.
Am I tripping? Why the fuck is my shit not working? Am I doing something wrong? Why is my mole not working?
But I thought the clips from Avatar looked a bit blurry for a video from 2020 when much higher quality source.
No wonder I haven't been getting fucking whatever. Am I losing my mind? Mole not working? What the fuck?
sources were available. Did he just Google an old AMV shipping these two characters and download it and slap it in here? No, that would be yes, of course he did. It was this one. It took 2 minutes to find. He just added black bars to the top and bottom because he's trying to pretend his shit is cinema. This is probably the laziest moment in video essay history. He's downloading other people's videos to use as backing for a voiceover he probably didn't write about characters whose names he can't pronounce. It's like staring into a low bitrate abyss, but it doesn't stare back. James stares back. The phrase "by James Somerton" is doing so much heavy lifting, he probably stole that from fucking Atlas. There's a section where he just reads the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's explanation of what homosexuality is.
As has been frequently noted, the ancient Greeks did not have terms or concepts that correspond to the contemporary dichotomy of heterosexual and homosexual. Probably the most frequent assumption of sexual orientation, at least by ancient Greek authors.
Like, there's no shot.
Furthermore, the issue of what biological sex one is attracted to is the character of Plutarch's argues that in Rome had many parallels to ancient Greece's understanding of same-sex attraction and sexual issues more general.
He looked up homosexuality in an encyclopedia and pasted it into his fucking script. Oh my god! The lack of effort is a running theme. James doesn't really care what he's saying and is just googling movie name gay, so the quality of some of the places he's copying are not very good. His coverage of Alien 3 in Society and Queer Horror, yeah, there's more people I didn't show you yet, is taken from, the Cracked article, 5 Terrible Movies with Awesome Hidden Meanings. People sometimes compliment James for his fancy opening titles with 3D movement and graphics, but he just bought these. Anyone can. Look, here's the place he got Society and Queer Horror's opening. I bought it. Now it's mine. Whee! The opening of Evil Queens, the highest production value part of the whole affair, is just more stuff he bought. I'm not criticizing him here, this is normal and fine, but it's a little surprising to realize James never did any work of any kind during the video making process. He buys the fancy looking bits and gets the rest from an AMV. Presumably he hired a co-writer so he could stop pretending he does any. But that makes the fact they're still full of plagiarism even more shocking. Kat looked at his video about Jeffrey Dahmer and found about 5 places he plagiarized without even checking too hard.
Thus, the term homosexual overkill served to normalize heterosexuality, even heterosexual serial killers, while pathologizing homosexuality.
Look how much effort he put into rewriting the thing he stole to hide it. His dedication to not coming up with his own ideas is almost creepy. This video was a couple months old when I started looking into James. This is recent, and I can't believe how much he's still stealing. The first words in the fucking video are stolen.
We all like true crime. It's very suddenly become one of the most engaging forms of contemporary entertainment.
He's really extruding the original words here. He's put so much work into changing it, it might have been easier to write something from scratch. But this is James we're talking about. He stops putting in the effort after the first few sentences.
Again, both Bundy and Dahmer were serial killers who tortured and murdered dozens of people, whose families are still alive and can see these tweets and posts on TikTok.
He actually copies the previous section of the article right before, but Kat asked me before I play this part to ask you to pay specific attention to the change he makes here.
There is a thirst for Dahmer, made apparent on TikTok and Twitter, with hordes of white women droning over how attractive he is.
This change is part of a running theme throughout Somerton's work. Misogyny?
I would be surprised how many gay dudes just hate women. Crazy.
In the parts of James's videos that he actually writes himself, or rewrites after stealing, he really doesn't like women. I didn't want to open this can of worms, but the thesis of the stuff he stole for this video gets completely fucked up by his rants about women being attracted to serial killers. He argues women are only attracted to Dahmer because he killed gay men and not women, which makes it easier for them to ignore the brutality of his crimes, and if he'd killed women, they wouldn't be so thirsty.
Despite his cannibalism, despite the decades-long erasure of his victims, these women, and mostly teenage girls, are swooning over him. And why not? To our knowledge, Dahmer never killed any teenage girls, or any women at all, so there's a level of disconnection.
Women are attracted to the wrong serial killer, how terrible. But he couldn't stop himself from also complaining about women being into Ted Bundy, who did murder women. He goes off script from the article he's stealing for that section to complain about it even more.
Navigating the ethics of true crime content is tricky. Critics have begun to question the need for entertainment mediums which fetishize or even sexualize serial killers. In the last 3 years alone, we've seen multiple films about Ted Bundy, with 2 of them coming from Netflix, one of them starring Zac Efron. A whole new generation of girls fell head over heels for the infamous killer, which was a grim remake in itself of the real-life Ted Bundy trial. He had fangirls defending him in the press and even begging to marry him. Netflix's social media team actually begged viewers to stop
Stanning Bundy.
He added a whole new bit fantasizing about millennial girls' attraction to a serial killer when, like, no, they were attracted to Zac Efron, the famously attractive celebrity actor. This was a stupid tangent to begin with, but now his own video contains examples of women fancying a serial killer who killed women. So his rant about women loving Dahmer because he didn't kill women makes no sense. Really, he just wanted an excuse to complain women see their gay friends as disposable.
Because unfortunately, to this day, many women still see gay men as nothing more than a fancy accessory. Especially teenage girls who lust for the perfect gay best friend. A boy whose sex life is secret, so you never have to hear about it. But he's always there to tell you if your boyfriend's being a jerk. Gay men and boys as a purse or a fancy iPhone case. Something to show off, but ultimately something disposable.
What teenage girl did this to you in high school, James? And why are you inserting fanfiction about her into an article you stole instead of going to therapy? This is the only new stuff he wrote. The rest is stolen. This is all he has to say. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? These insecurities affect how he talks about gay women. The videos are continuously punctuated with tangents about how lesbians have it easier than gay men. In one video, he claims gay women historically saw less legal persecution, and his example is made up.
And if you're wondering why this section is so man-centric, this is because the vast majority of legal persecution of early queers was focused on men. In the legal case of Radcliffe Hall, she, in her book The Well of Loneliness, depicted World War I ambulance drivers as being primarily lesbians. English courts were really not pleased with this depiction, but women who love women was such an uncomfortable topic for them that they threw her case out of the courts and just let her carry on in her happy life.
Over here in reality, Radcliffe Hall was found guilty of obscenity and all copies of her book were ordered destroyed. He's rewriting history to pretend women had it better. This approach to female queers reaches a territory where he doesn't even accept other people's identities if he has a bone to pick. In one video, while trying to argue queer women have it better than men in Hollywood, he misgenders two showrunners.
So why don't gay men get to represent themselves in media? At least media that's widely accepted by the mainstream. Queer women get to represent themselves, at least sometimes. Look at animated hits like Steven Universe or She-Ra and the Princesses of Power.
Indy Stevenson and Rebecca Sugar are trans-masculine and non-binary respectively, but for the purposes of James's point, they count as women. And if he really doesn't like something, he just assumes a straight woman did it.
The only way I can possibly account for anyone saying that this is straight is a bunch of women and girls who are experiencing the most willful ignorance I've ever seen.
His Yuri on Ice video just guesses anyone who interprets the characters not being gay must be a dumbass woman. He's shockingly committed to this principle. In a video that just came out, he claims he still gets comments on that video from straight women denying the gay anime is gay.
Then again, that video still gets comments from usually straight women, no hating, but still, who incessantly deny that there's any queerness, coded or otherwise, present in that series.
James, how do you know they're straight or women? Did they all say so in their comment? If you don't like something so you assume a woman wrote it, you're doing misogyny. There really isn't another word for this. It's pretty straightforward. Also, I just went through the last year of comments on that video and none exist that make this accusation. He's lying. He just made up straight women to get mad at. As arbiter of gender, James also gets to decide who's queer and who isn't. I don't know who gave him this power, but it means he has a lot of fascinating opinions about Love, Simon. The film is based on a book by Becky Albertalli, a bisexual woman who was not public about her sexuality when the book was published. Albertalli was subsequently harassed for years, accused of writing a book about being gay without being queer herself and being a straight woman profiting off the queer community. In 2020, she came out publicly, with a quite powerful essay about how she was doing it specifically because of this type of shit. This event hopefully serves as a lesson not to make assumptions of people's sexuality and then write criticism based on those assumptions. But James didn't get the memo. In 2022, he managed to write a video complaining that many stories about gay people are written by straight women and used Love, Simon as the only example.
Because their life experiences did not match the experiences about gayness set by straight women with a kawaii idea of two gay people. You have mass consumption media, which takes gay emotions and removes gay experiences, leaving a husk of empty gestures and unanswered questions, which feels more like a gambling addiction than even implied representation.
James was years late to the party and still accused the openly bi author of being a straight, pandering to the gays. I'd say I wonder what Becky Albertalli thinks about this, but I know what she thinks because she left a comment on his video explaining how shitty it feels getting lumped in with the straights yet again years after coming out, specifically after being treated poorly by people like James. When this happened, this is how he complained to his fan Discord about her. She isn't happy I included her in the straight female authors section, but I never said she was straight. James is still sore about this mild pushback. He now refuses to acknowledge Love Simon by name, referring to some unspecified incident.
This is compounded through several other high-profile instances of gay media, specifically one which made waves in 2018, but that I will not explicitly mention for reasons. If you know, you know.
Someone asked what he meant by this in the Discord, and he clarified he meant Love Simon, and in true James fashion made up a story where he didn't do anything wrong. He simply mentioned he wasn't its biggest fan, and the author ripped into him on Twitter and stuff. As far as I can tell, Becky never tweeted anything or said anything anywhere about him except his comments section. He's having to twist the story pretty hard to seem like he didn't do a shitty thing here. He called a bi author a straight with kawaii ideas about gay people, didn't think she would see it, and she criticized him for doing it.
Probably
So
bad.
this
Oh, well.
is the non-stolen work, the stuff he writes himself. Open bitterness about women, lies, and grievances over being criticized for this. I'm gonna regret saying it, but he should have stuck to the plagiarism.
He complained on Twitter about being criticized for being so harsh on the women who thirsted after Dharma, not realizing he was actually being criticized for a pattern of behavior. These criticisms were valid already, but I would like to supply the context that he stole the words he is saying here and reworded them to be more mad at women specifically. James, what the fuck are you doing? I am trying to maintain focus for once in a video and stick to the plagiarism, but I just can't get away from how this guy fucking sucks. James doesn't get caught stealing as often as he should do because he's cultivated an audience of
I don't
younger
know
queer
yet.
people who don't read the kinds of stuff he's stealing from and don't recognize open misogyny as long as it's qualified as white women. But on the rare occasion that he is caught, his solution is to private or delete the video and re-upload a slightly changed version and hope no one digs into this extremely suspicious behavior. For example,
Oh, okay.
while I was
Lol.
doing preliminary research
I was like, you worked me into the shadow realm. Why would you do that?
late last year, a funny thing happened. Summerton's YouTube community page was wiped. Hundreds of posts from over several years disappeared overnight.
At this point, I'd spoken to a few of the writers Summerton had stolen from, and I wondered if maybe one of them had publicly accused him. But after doing some more looking, it turned out no, someone else had independently noticed they'd been plagiarized because there was still more. Seldom Musings, a WordPress blog, had made a post accusing Summerton of plagiarizing a blog post about Attack on Titan from 2013.
And then I thought, wait, doesn't Summerton have a video from September 2022 called, like, Attack on Titan and the Death of Media Literacy? Well, he did.
Finding an old link, it was suddenly set to private. Over 1.5 million views had been wiped from his channel. Huh. I already had a copy downloaded because, well, Summerton has deleted inconvenient videos before, and I figured something like this would happen again. I've been going through his videos chronologically, so I hadn't got to that one yet, but what's kind of...
Just trying to... I don't know, really. Just grinding till I decide, alright, I'm done. I'm probably gonna do gold after this. Like, after I get the powder I want. Like I said, I'll just decide whenever I'm done. I'm not gonna go for like 12 mil. Dumb. Go for something like 4, 8 mil, something like that.
The funny is, I know I would have noticed this plagiarism myself if I had. That blog post has gone viral multiple times. It's one of the main sources for Western awareness of Attack on Titan's authors' right-wing views. If you're deep on anime fascism discourse, this is a classic post. I've seen it linked and referenced dozens of times over the years. It would make sense to point to this post if you were discussing the political implications of Attack on Titan, or you could even quote it and cite it as a source. Well, wouldn't you know it, Summerton doesn't link the post or quote it anywhere, or acknowledge its existence, he just copies it.
This outrage should come as no surprise knowing the history between Japan and Korea, but that is exactly what most people may not be aware of. Korea was occupied by Japan from 1910 to 1945. Only one of many East Asian nations colonized by Japan as part of its Roman imperial presence at the time.
during which the Japanese army enforced changing Korean names to Japanese style, destroyed and stole Korean cultural artifacts and locations, murdered the Korean empress, forced Korean men into hazardous war efforts, forced Korean women into sexual slavery for Japanese soldiers, and tortured and massacred and experimented upon Koreans en masse. However, history books and classes in Japan have glossed over it, if not outright ignored these events.
James doesn't acknowledge the writing he's stealing at all, though he does find the time to make a long opening sequence, James Somerton Presents, directed and edited by James Somerton, written by Nick Hergott and James Somerton. This site was active briefly in 2013, with a post in 2016 clarifying the blog was done. They came back 6 years later to talk about James stealing their work.
The reluctance to paraphrase the same factual information speaks to a lack of imagination, not to mention a lack of research. He should be ashamed of the laziness of copying entire sentences into his script as if he wrote them himself. How can you say a fandom lacks media literacy when you can't even conduct your own research or compose your own analysis?
Somerton saw the author call him a plagiarist and panicked and hid the video, deleted all his community posts so there was nowhere to leave a comment asking what happened this time. He was preparing for his plagiarism to go public and locking everything down. If what Somerton was doing was a defensible artistic choice, he'd be defending it, wouldn't he? He'd say, this is a normal thing to do and I'm going to keep doing it. Instead, he does it secretly and hides the videos when people notice. It's clear he knows what he's doing is wrong and would just rather keep stealing than actually do any work. But while we're talking about the Attack on Titan video, you know he didn't just steal one thing. The video's an hour long. No self-respecting marketing expert would do all that work himself. In this video, and only this video, he quotes several YouTubers, like he has their text on the screen and he reads it out. And he would never normally do that. He would just steal their words and pretend he came up with them. Which means he must be stealing from someone who quoted them. And, yeah.
For a long time, anime fans had no way of knowing what their favorite writers and artists even looked like, let alone what they thought about the world.
3.5 minutes of this video comes from Geeta Jackson at Vice Motherboard. And yeah, when he quotes YouTubers, he's actually quoting Jackson quoting them. I can't believe I fucking called it.
YouTuber Jeff Thu argues, it's because this discussion keeps happening, but it's also not. There's some really good criticism of Attack on Titan, and I think it's important to criticize it.
Now, this isn't just an article quoting someone. Jackson reached out to Jeff for his opinion on this topic. There's nowhere else James could have got this quote, and this time he really fucked it up. At one point, he uses a quote Jackson got from historian and scholar Andrea Horbinski. But remember how he sometimes find and replaces words like gay or trans to queer or LGBT to hide it? He accidentally did that to the quote!
As they put it, these fans insist that feminism and LGBTQ people don't exist in Japan, and that any anime depicting either is woke garbage or similar. These fans are extremely angry at attempts to discuss the depictions of female characters in anime as something that could often use improvement, or the inclusion of LGBT characters, period.
This is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. This is sub-high school level plagiarism hiding. You don't find and replace text in the quotes, James! People in Somerton's official Discord server were asking what happened to the video. On January the 1st this year, he said the video was coming back up that day and that it had to come down because of a missing source. That's a very strange way of saying someone noticed me plagiarizing them and criticized me for it and I deleted fucking everything. The new version he uploaded is a minute shorter. He just cut out the sections where he directly read the blog post. The video is even more stilted and strangely written than normal. The point Somerton was trying to make here was so important he was willing to steal it from someone else. Now that point is missing and the surrounding conversation makes no sense. The new version opens saying the original had a citation error. But if that was the problem, why didn't he add a citation instead of deleting the section completely? Well, one reason might be he wants the credit for himself, but the other is if he added their name now, anyone who checked would see the author's new post saying he plagiarized them. Somerton's only way out is to hide it and hope no one notices. He doesn't want to stop stealing, he just wants to not get caught doing it. If he thinks he can get away with keeping something in, he does. The 3 minutes of the video, written completely by Geeta Jackson, are still in the new version, completely unchanged. As of recording this video, no one else seems to have noticed this yet, but if anyone does, he'll doubtless delete the video and re-upload a new version with that piece missing too and call it a day. James has done this repeatedly in the past. Several other videos open with text claiming they had to be re-uploaded to avoid a mysterious and unexplained copyright issue. One of them was Codebreakers. At some point it was taken down, altered to hide some but not all of the stuff he stole and re-uploaded with a new title, Queering Cinema, by any means necessary. The opening titles still call it Codebreakers though. Every time he re-uploads the video, the name is different. It's very confusing. And his well-meaning fans assume that his constantly taking down of videos and re-uploading with pieces missing is a sign of his integrity. They talk about how much more they respect him every time he re-uploads a video like this. Every time, because he has to do it a lot. The reality is Summerton has had years worth of chances to be the man of integrity his audience wants him to be, and despite this being his full-time job, which he makes thousands and thousands of dollars doing, he would rather keep stealing. By the way, that re-upload of Codebreakers, Queering Cinema, around the time of the Attack on Titan drama, it disappeared again. As far as I can tell, it's still gone nearly a year later. Maybe some authors noticed what he did and said something. Maybe so many pieces had to be taken out there was nothing left. The frequency with which he's had
that's
to
a
hide
macro
videos
or
to cover
big
this
macro.
up is staggering. Scrolling up his Discord's video announcement page, you...
I keep looking right here to see when the next one is, but when it stays on powder, that just means we're getting back to back to back to back.
Can see right
This
away
is the
a
third
shocking
one.
amount of
We've
stuff
gotten
that
an hour
mysteriously
of
went
fucking
missing
powder.
without any
I'm
explanation
okay with
given.
that.
For some reason, Nick wrote a joke on this page about how to tell who wrote what part of each video. It's cute, but I'm going to take it as confirmation that if a section doesn't contain these words, neither of them wrote it. While I was browsing his public fan Discord, I found myself wondering about Nick, his co-writer. Does he know? Nick Hergott, also known as NT Hergott, is a writer, mostly for James's videos, but he does have a self-published young adult novel, so there we go. He's a better writer than James as far as I can tell, in the sense it doesn't look like he steals things. So, does he know what his boss is doing? I checked the fan Discord to see if they talk about the writing process, and I found Nick has a special section dedicated to previewing part of the scripts for upcoming videos, which is a really nice feature. Or it will be, if they wrote them. Nick showcases parts he's written, and as far as I can tell, they're actually his. And they're pretty decent too. And sometimes he shows things James wrote. This is part of the script for a video called How Disney Tore Down the Owl House, and it actually made it into the video. Let me play it to you.
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is, first and foremost, in the business of making money, but unlike almost every other giant corporation, it doesn't want to be seen that way by the general public.
Nick literally says, James wrote this.
What the fuck happened here? This is dope, but this is weird. What did this? Hello, Bacon. How are you doing?
So at the very least, James Summerton wrote this text, right? Right? No!
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is, first and foremost, in the business of making money.
It's an article by Julie Tremaine for the San Francisco Gate. I wonder how she feels about having her work reposted to an audience being told it was written by James Summerton. Holy shit! If it's any consolation, Julie, James Summerton's Discord thinks your writing is harsh but true. I love any time y'all talk about Disney. Jesus Christ, it wasn't y'all, it was someone else! It was them all! But the way this post was phrased implies Nick has no idea James did this. He probably saw the text his boss put in the shared script and assumed he wrote it, because if he didn't, that would be really fucking bad. And it's not just these two paragraphs. A solid 4 minutes and 40 seconds are taken from this article. What's weird is James actually acknowledges in the video he has no idea why he went on this tangent.
So, what does all this have to do with the Owl House? Well, I just wanted to point out how big of a tool Bob Chapek is.
He stole a bunch of words for literally no reason. They don't even connect to his point. He just needed to pad his run.
See, I was gonna say, after these double powders, I'm gonna try to finish up iron collection so I don't gotta worry about grabbing iron anymore. But I guess when I say that, we get blessed, so fuck it.
Here's another section of a script Nick shared. This is from a draft of the Attack on Titan video. Wait, what's this? Shonan? Okay, shonen is a Japanese word. There's like 5 ways to spell it in English, and this isn't any of them. Here's how we translate Bisatsu Shonen magazine, where Attack on Titan was published. Has he never seen a single issue of Shonen Jump? This video sucked, by the way. He didn't know anything about the genre he was discussing, and now it turns out he can't even spell it. I hope this section was plagiarized. Then again, maybe this time Nick found something he liked in the script that James actually wrote. Nope, it's also stolen. Again! It comes from culturalreview.com, the website/personal blog of Tyler Hummel, who hopes to bring thoughtful and enjoyable commentary on popular culture and entertainment from a culturally conservative and religious perspective. In case you're wondering what that means, he thinks Batman is too woke. Right before the section James copied into a document and told Nick he wrote all by himself, Hummel complains about Marxism and critical race theory, and then randomly whines about people who criticized Game of Thrones' final season before posting Lindsay Ellis's video about it as an example of people he hates. In his quest to seem like he knows what he's talking about, he's willing to borrow the words of a guy who hates him and everything he stands for.
Hold on. Matter of fact, let me find this real. Is this not her? There is a fucking... I need to find it, but there is a woman that posted a video. I think it was her. That was like an hour and a half of them doing the video. Or, them making a video, right? And these three fucking, like, neckbeards made a 12-hour video dissecting it.
Including Lindsay Ellis, who he credits with getting him into making video essays, another crime Lindsay should pay for. Wait a minute, did he film himself next to Disney War because Lindsay did? Was he copying that too? Normally I'd think I was overreacting, but he's stolen everything else. I don't know anymore. At least that means he didn't get Shonen wrong. That must have been the nutcase he copied from. No, that's one of the few new words he added to the stolen segment. James Somerton is the dumbest motherfucker. To be completely fair, this piece of the script didn't make it into the final video, so it seems Somerton thought better than to steal from one of the most insane people in the world. But the fact Nick keeps accidentally showing pieces of the script James stole, assuming he did write them, implies even his co-writer has no idea he's doing this. I feel kind of sorry for Nick. His trust has clearly been violated here. He's been made a liar without his knowledge because he trusted his boss and, I assume, friend. That's a messed up situation to be in, seriously. I thought it would be worse if Nick was in on it, but it's the opposite way around, isn't it? It's so violating imagining people work for James, and I assume make most of their income from working for him, and don't know what they're signing up for. I don't know how I would feel in his position, but not good. This sucks. Worst of all, I think James might be using Nick as a shield. Whenever any mention of the old plagiarism stuff comes up, James immediately brings up how Nick actually writes the videos, and there's no way he would plagiarize.
I have a co-writer who came from academia, where plagiarism in academia gets you kicked out of school. Like, it gets you fired. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism.
It's like he's trying to redirect possible negative attention onto his unsuspecting co-writer. Whenever plagiarism comes up, James brings up how great Nick is for writing all the videos in a totally not suspicious way.
Because if it was like somebody accusing me of plagiarism, especially recently, the videos are so heavily written by Nick that they would be accusing Nick of plagiarism, and I will not fucking tolerate that.
Remember, James knows there is plagiarism in his videos because he did it.
You gonna believe me or them lying-ass screenshots?
So when he responds by saying, no, Nick writes the videos and he would never do that, it's like he's setting him up to take the fall.
Nick is an angel for tolerating me and writing the videos as well, like, with his fantastic talent. So that I would just not tolerate.
So either Nick is plagiarizing as well, and that's why the new videos still have a ton of plagiarism, or James is doing it, and now when it comes up, he throws Nick under the bus. But James isn't content pretending to make video essays, no. He wants to wipe on a bigger canvas. In 2022, James Somerton started an Indiegogo for a film studio he wanted to open called Telos Pictures, which intended to produce films focusing on LGBT characters and stories. His video pitching Telos included a series of ideas for miniseries, feature-length movies, and short films. For example, Final Girl, a short about a woman who had survived a typical slasher story. The initial goal of $6,000 was to make 2 of the short films, but with stretch goals for making more. The campaign made enough money to make almost all of them, over 86,000 Canadian dollars, so a bit over 63,000 in USD. Telos has been a runaway financial success for James. As of today, 18 months after raising over $64,000, more than 10 times its initial goal, Telos has made nothing. For people who supported Telos, updates on what's happening have been few and far between. A few months after the campaign ended, he claimed Final Girl, one of the short films on the slate, was in pre-production and had been expanded into a full movie, but they were having trouble with casting and were considering relocating to another part of Canada. The next update would come 7 months later, with the announcement James had moved to Toronto to try to find actors, and they dropped Final Girl and moved on to a new project, one which wasn't on the original list people funded, called The Listener.
Stop. I don't want any more. Stop. No. Stop. No. I don't want any more.
to $30,000 of the Telos money on it, and as an apology for the lack of updates, he would be adding an update page to the Telos website later that week to keep people informed. 10 months later, this hasn't happened. The Telos website does, however, have a working donation page where you can give him more money for rewards up to and including getting to make requests about the films. What films? Months later, this July, he announced Telos had finally been incorporated as a real company. He called this a long and pricey process. Incorporating in Canada is a few hours of paperwork and costs 200 Canadian dollars. He claimed an update was coming within a week. This was
I don't know how you have a shit ton
the
more
Telos
than me.
Twitter account hasn't been updated in well over a year, but he recently opened a Telos Blue Sky page, which has made one post with a poster for a new movie supposedly coming in 2024, which isn't The Listener or any of the previously mentioned films. Every time I look in on Telos, I find no updates on what's happening, but I do find out about a new movie they announced. The website is currently claiming another new film called The Sub, estimated release 2023, is in pre-production. Better get a move on then. Telos keeps announcing new projects with a new poster to go with it consisting of a stock photo with text over it, and then not making any of them. This one's already being used for a real show that exists. He keeps putting text on stock photos and pretending it's a real film in pre-production. It doesn't exactly inspire confidence how fast new films are being dreamed up. One of them even had a teaser consisting entirely of stock footage, only to never be spoken of again. This one isn't even mentioned on the website at all anywhere. Movies take time to make, even short indie films, and for the record so do video essays, but the lack of updates on what is happening, or which film is even being made, is a little disconcerting. Continuing the trend of James's work not really being his, we need to talk about Final Girl, the first project which was cancelled. Final Girl was at one point coming this fall, which at the time was 2022. The people who funded this film were told to expect it by autumn last year. They got pretty far on this one. In late June, James tweeted the script was done. But then, all of a sudden, James moved on to The Listener and the 5 other films he started since then. But unlike many of James's other announced projects, which still have a poster and a tentative release date on the site, Final Girl disappeared completely. What happened here? He claimed he gave up because it was too specific to Nova Scotia and he had to move to find actors. But there could be another reason. The name and synopsis of Final Girl are extraordinarily close to a book which already exists, The Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. I wonder if Somerton is aware of the similarity. It would be weird if he wasn't, because it was one of his favourite books of 2021. He started the Indiegogo with this short film idea a few months after making this post. You'll be shocked to discover, but something of James's turned out to be stolen and evaporated. The 18-month journey of Telos consists of Somerton being paid $65,000 to make a dozen fake movie posters. So far, James has ripped off bloggers, novelists, authors, anyone who writes text for a living, really. Oh, and Wikipedia, and AMVs, because watching Korra for himself was too much effort, apparently. If you're queer and you wrote something good, no you didn't, but now we need to talk about the time he somehow went even further than that. Let's talk about the time he ripped off another gay YouTuber. Remember Unrequited, the video that ripped off the Celluloid Closet and plagiarized Peter Howell? Before any of the Celluloid Closet stuff had even been discovered, James had already been caught ripping off someone else with the same video. How? How are there still more? A later section covered examples of queerbaiting in various TV shows, including BBC's Merlin, the recent Teen Wolf TV series, and Sherlock, whatever that is. But people began to notice these sections were suspiciously similar to one another YouTuber had already made. Alexander Avila, whose channel used to be called Are They Gay, has a series of videos exploring the queer implications between characters in various shows, and he's covered Merlin, Teen Wolf, and Sherlock. The part of Summerton's video covering Merlin feels like he watched Avila's video and very slightly rephrased it. But what made it really obvious was the footage he used. They weren't just similar, they were exactly the same. Avila had this one part where he fades between several different scenes across different episodes to show the evolving character dynamics. This is Avila using editing and his knowledge of the show to make a point. That same sequence appears exactly in Summerton's video. Avila's video puts text over the footage to explain the character's thoughts and justify his interpretation of the show. This text is still in there in Summerton's version. This is sloppy even by James' standards. He even keeps in a joke Avila made.
If I wasn't a prince, what? I think we'd probably get on.
In case it wasn't obvious, Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On wasn't in the original show. Avila put that in there for a joke. And you're not gonna believe this.
We'd probably get on.
Summerton stole Alexander Avila's video essay and reused it, and just recorded his own very similar version of the voiceover and jokes.
It really is like a romantic comedy.
Oh, come on, you've seen a romantic comedy, you know how this works.
This is the worst and laziest example of plagiarism I've ever seen. Reusing other people's work like this is not right, especially when, you know, you make a living making these videos. He only said things about the show Avila also said. It's extremely clear Summerton hasn't seen Merlin, he just reused Avila's work. The other sections covering Teen Wolf and Sherlock also had extremely similar looking sequences. He'd downloaded and reused several of Avila's videos. When this was discovered, Avila tweeted to Summerton about it, asking for proper credit and in the future to ask people permission before doing something like this. He also left a similar comment on the video, which finally got James's attention. The next day, Summerton set Unrequited to private and contacted Avila on Twitter. I reached out to Avila and asked him what they discussed, and he gave me permission to share these messages with you. Summerton apologized for using his material without asking, claiming he intended to reach out but forgot to, and he had been in a rush to finish the video before the end of Pride Month, and in this rush he ended up using a lot more of your content than I ever intended. He then offered to credit Avila in the description of his video. Ah yes, that old trick. He also, perplexingly, asked Avila to delete his comment because he put an awful lot of work into his videos and felt discredited by it, which, frankly, is a wild thing to say to someone you just admitted you stole from. You're not the one putting the work in, buddy. Avila said he would rather Summerton upload a new version that credited him in it directly, or perhaps he could watch Merlin and make his own arguments. He also reminded him that passing someone else's work off as their own is far more discrediting than pointing out someone did that. Summerton never replied. So he admitted he plagiarized Avila's work, but he had an explanation. He was too busy. Too busy doing what? You don't do anything! The video was never unprivated. Instead, a few days later, it was re-uploaded with pieces missing, of course. This re-upload was also in 3 parts, saying the video had been edited to remove content owned by other parties. The re-uploads also say which part of 3 they are, except for part 3, which is also called part 2. Summerton had put in about as much work as you'd expect from someone who copies for a living. In the new version, the Merlin section was completely removed. However, this was the only change, so later parts of the video still refer back to it.
Much like with Merlin, the pair start the series off on a bad paw.
The Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections were kept the same, so all the video sequences he got from Avila for those parts were still in there. He didn't accidentally use any obvious parts where Avila's text or jokes came up, so I guess he decided it was fine to keep it in. The way James treated Alexander, stealing several of his videos, then when caught offering to hide a credit in the description like that would change what he'd done, and then re-uploading the video with half the stuff he stole still in it, is a clear indicator how little he thinks of his fellow queer creators. He does not care about doing right by other people in his community. He cares about making money, by any means necessary. What makes this even clearer is how publicly he does not admit fault or even pretend he learned anything. To this day, he lies about what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on that livestream, he made up a completely new story that contradicts the apology he gave to Alexander. He claims he downloaded a highlight reel of Merlin clips from somewhere else, and that highlight reel stole from Avila's video, so technically he didn't steal from him and it was all just a misunderstanding.
In the original History of Queer Coding video, I used a highlight reel from the show Arthur that another YouTuber had used, and I thought it was just a highlight video, but apparently it actually came from another video from the channel Are They Gay?
He repeats and refines this story throughout the stream.
And there was one where I took a highlight reel in 2020 from a highlight video that happened to be from a video from a YouTube channel.
The only problem with this story is we have receipts.
And I took a highlight reel to highlight the queerness in the Arthur show, Merlin show, and it was pointed out to me that that didn't come from a highlight reel, that came from an actual video, and it had been stolen from that video for the highlight reel that I took it from. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism. There was, as I said, and I will say one more time, a highlight reel from the show Merlin that I took from a larger highlight reel video that was apparently sourced from a video from the channel Are They Gay?
James admitted directly to Avila that he took from his work on purpose, although he intended to steal less. How considerate of him. James is lying directly to his audience to protect his reputation. He can't even own up to his behavior. He just keeps lying, and he didn't even stop stealing. A little while after the stream where the allegations came up, he made a post on Patreon to try to explain the allegations for people still asking about them. You have to be a patron to see it, so avert your eyes if you're not giving James money. In addition to repeating the lie, he got permission from Sean Griffin to adapt Tinkerbells and Evil Queens before making the video. He again states he got the clips from a highlight reel which got them from Are They Gay? Left to his own devices, James will just make up what happened. And since his paying customers haven't seen the evidence of him admitting he did it, they have no option but to assume it's true.
James did this on purpose with multiple videos and is lying to his backers so they continue to support him financially. James, you've been to business school. You know there's a word for that. And even if I hadn't reached out to Avila and got that woefully hilarious confession, I could still have objectively proved.
Stop. No. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to do the double powder anymore. God bless, man. You already know we ain't getting any more the rest of the night.
Proven he did it.
There's one last missing piece of the puzzle here. Ignoring for a second he admitted to Avila he took from more than one video, ever since he's always pretended it was just Merlin. If I could somehow prove he also used Avila's other videos for those sections, that would show the extent of...
I don't feel like shit, but it's like, dog, I literally can't leave. I've been wanting to finish doing iron for so fucking long, but we keep getting double powders. I can't stop. I need this.
The copying and how much he's lying to cover it up. But like I said, the Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections aren't as obvious. He doesn't steal any jokes, he just very boringly spouts arguments similar to Avila's while playing what looks like the same footage. It's harder to prove he downloaded his video to make this, which is probably why he feels comfortable pretending he didn't.
I mean, I'll definitely take it, absolutely.
Both videos closely side by side and contrasting the clips to show they're all the same, wasting even more of my precious life watching Sherlock than I already have. But then, I was reading James's tweets from when he was making this, and I saw that he posted a picture of him editing this video, with his timeline visible. Forgive me, but the opportunity to do something like this comes once in a lifetime.
Jimmy, if you're somehow still watching, I need you to understand just how bad a liar you are, just how obviously awful and deceitful you look to anyone who's paying attention. Before you'd even uploaded the video, you posted a picture of the Sherlock section of your timeline, and the source footage is clearly labeled, "Are They Gay?" You had proven you plagiarized Avila before the video was even done. Also, delete your channel.
Let's get a big picture look at how much stealing James has done. As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018. A minimum of 22 contains some amount of plagiarized material. He also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads on this list, but we should at least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers, and hey, welcome back Unrequited, he took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
The cost. What cost? At least $3.
A lot of people have been burned by James, not just in terms of having their writing or videos stolen, one even giving him money to find out he was stealing from them, but on a basic level, liking someone's work and funding them, only to realize you're funding plagiarism, is humiliating. James has become one of the biggest LGBT YouTubers in the room, essentially absorbing all the support and attention that would have...
Is that a phone number? Yeah, somebody peep that. Might peep that. Might call it.
have otherwise gone to people who actually do work. Other gay video essayists have to come up with their own opinions and actually write them. They can't compete on volume with a guy who's willing to rip off dozens and dozens of other people. Many of the people he's copied were paid very little, and in some cases not at all, for their original material when they wrote it. They were hoping their writing would be recognized and result in future work and more of a career. And in a way, their good work was recognized, but only by James. How much recognition do you think they got when James read their words without crediting them? And on the other hand, how much money has James made from them? How much money has he made in fundraising to start a film studio on the back of this career he got from them, while making no films? Gay writers are already poorly recognized for their work and contributions. It's a common problem. James should know about this. In Codebreakers or Queering Cinema or whatever it'll be called next time, James has a surprisingly eloquent section about how gay people keep going missing from history and being forgotten. This part was stolen too.
So as we start out on our lifelong personal journeys, how do
This
we
is my
discover
go.
our queer identity if we don't know much about those who came before us?
Stephen Spinks's column is extremely moving to read and genuinely important. And no one watching James's video had the chance to learn his name. James made a lot of money repeatedly re-uploading a video about the erasure of queer people, and he did it by erasing queer people. I guess when he renamed it Queering Cinema by any means necessary, he meant it. Every re-upload, the credits get longer. The list of people he's conned grows. The works he's stealing from aren't doing quite so well. This column was written in 2019 for Midlands Zone magazine, the UK's biggest regional gay publication. Due to the impact of the pandemic, Midlands Zone ceased production in 2020. This year, their official site went down, along with its archive of articles like this one. Googling the words James stole now gets you no results. I only found this plagiarism because I noticed it before the website fell off the internet. Good writing about queer living is hard to find and easy to lose. And in obscurity, it becomes even easier to pretend it was yours. None of the money he makes will go to the people who wrote the great lines his viewers enjoyed. They get to rot in the very obscurity he pretends to criticize, while James takes all the oxygen for himself to promote only himself and position himself as a crusader for real representation, while giving a speech he stole about how gay people keep going missing from the story. I wonder how that happened.
It provokes a deep and meaningful question, I think. What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?
There is something a little bit soul-crushing about watching a man be paid thousands and thousands of dollars to literally plagiarize the phrase, "What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?" This is the impact. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. I don't even know if I should be making this video. I was just trying to double-check 2 or 3 old plagiarism accusations, and I ended up finding a whole bunch more, and I have functionally made a drama video about some guy. And worse, if this video goes up and is monetized and gets views, I have been paid, financially rewarded for making this. I don't find that acceptable. Especially not when the story is really about people who were never compensated for their work being stolen. So to make sure I have no financial incentive to make a video like this again, I'm going to be dividing any of the ad revenue this video makes among the creators James stole from. I'll be conducting a thorough examination of every video James has posted, including the many he has deleted I can find archives of, and contact everyone I can. At least the stuff he got from that weird right-wing guy isn't in the video, so he technically wasn't stolen from and doesn't need to be paid. You dodged a bullet for me there, James. It also occurs to me now that I will have to make a substantial donation to Wikipedia. Something that really got to me researching this video was watching James pitch himself as the queer creator to support. Making YouTube queerer entails giving him and his movie studio your money, and not the other talented people who have a fraction of his support. He extremely rarely recommends or speaks positively of any other creators, as if to him fellow members of his community are competitors. He acts like no one else is talking about these issues, and no one else sees things his way, even though he stole those observations, so obviously people do. The trickle-down effect of this behavior is a little upsetting. From the look of his comment sections, his devout fans believe him when he says there's no one else doing what he does. It's a manipulative strategy. Some young queer people feel underrepresented because the main guy they watch says they are, and that sucks to see happen. So I want to recommend some of my favorite queer creators in case James fans who made it this far need to know someone else.
Or Chan, go watch his YouTube.
Matt Baum is a brilliant creator who, to put it bluntly, is the platonic ideal of what if James Somerton was good? His videos are entertaining but also well researched. He doesn't need to steal from books to discuss the evil queens of the Disney canon. He writes his own books because he actually does his own work. His video about Disney villains is a favorite of mine and a palate cleanser after watching someone reconstitute other people's observations into smug hamburger. Khadija Mbawe's ability to be energetic and funny when handling sensitive topics is incredibly refreshing, and instantly makes the conversation at hand so much more useful. Their video about the politics of coming out, the evolution of the concept, and whether maybe we fixate a little too much on what it's come to mean in modern culture is great. Give it a shot. Lady Emily's videos are all made for me, but the one about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy explores the history of 2 of DC canon's most important characters, and why they make such an engaging couple in stories. I recommend it, especially if you've not seen any of the good stuff coming out of DC lately, which does exist, like Teen Titans Go, or the Snyder Cut. Shanspia covers a broad range of issues from AI to Lolita, but their video about true crime is a great tour of our species' long-term morbid fascination with gruesome stories. Shanspia asks, why are we fascinated with true crime? With real curiosity rather than judgment. They don't even make up any white women to get mad at. Amazing! Ricky Hirsch has made a ton of videos about media and gender over the years. Kat only found her by searching queer horror on YouTube and scrolling down for several minutes to see what was buried under the huge pile of James Somerton and X and Y being gay for Z minutes straight. I recommend her recent one about body horror, which explored gender's role in it in a way that made me say out loud, oh right, yeah! It's good. Give it a shot. I just found out about Verity Ritchie and their channel Verily Bitchy, good one, but their videos with the help of co-writer Ada are really entertaining. I should recommend the video about the lesbian gays just to offset all the baggage I had to experience making this, but the one about Doctor Who and women is great and also deals with gayness, so it counts. And after all this, I'd be be amiss not to recommend Alexander Avila, whose latest videos have been real bangers. The type of content he makes has evolved in the last year or so from funny queer-oriented media analysis to funny queer-oriented life analysis. TikTok Gave Me Autism is really good, and I'd plagiarize it if I could get away with it at this point. There's a ton more queer creators out there covering the topics James pretends to, and they manage to do it with their own words, even without his massive budget. Linked in the description is a playlist with these and more video essays on queer media, or history, or politics, or philosophy, or queer anything really, from creators you should consider giving a look if you haven't. It's been reassuring putting this part of the video together and getting to fully...
This is our 4th double powder in a row. I want to do something else in a minute. I've been saying that for an hour now. And I'm not able to do it because... yes.
Realize there's plenty of us out there, and most of them are very cool. James was the exception to a group of entertaining, thoughtful, and kind human beings. I'm proud of us. Yeah, I guess that's the word, isn't it?
Anyway, let's try to pull a rabbit out of this bloody mess of a hat. I'm gonna put my wall back up and try to come to a wider conclusion about plagiarism real quick. One sec. Rachel, you haven't even held the camera. Can you help me with this at least? That's right, she's real. You don't know me. To me, to you. It's on! Thanks for that.
God, I'm begging you. 5th hour! Go for round 5! Woo, woo, woo.
We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it.
Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's doing his own spin on it. In his video about that one guy copying the Capsule Hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas.
I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the first time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad revenue. There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better, more original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AVGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, the Game Dude, the Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, the Pissed Off Angry Gamer Man.
Nintendo Shit Cube.
Even before there was any money in it, we were drowning in people competing to be the guy calling NES Batman a shitload of fuck. But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically wanna be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves, but inspired and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics, like the Spoony one, are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony one today? Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still around today because he developed his own new ideas, started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoink and twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, riffing, parody. Drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and unique. It's only wrong when you add nothing and try to pretend it was yours in the first place.
space. And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic lore YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information and images he got from websites like the Cutting Room Floor and just explains where he's getting it from and often asks permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Cat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on YouTube. Thanks a lot, Cat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally open about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story unfold, one generation of Baja Blast thieves passing on their designs to the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything wrong with adapting a book or telling people what you found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Bhutanese passport.
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadelas would never notice.
I would like to mic up and explain. What the fuck do you mean explain some things? The fuck are you talking about?
This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility for creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French.
Once I can finally escape this never-ending double powder, yeah, I don't mind. Add my Discord. It's 4chan and then the number 4 at the very end.
So more people could engage with the facts of the story, and Pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery, in more ways than one. For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing, as non-YouTube video hosts died and their content didn't make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on YouTube, were it not for the Spoonie Russ. A Russian fan of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos with Russian subtitles, and some of these were the only versions of those videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to
or if you add me now, you can Alright, this is your fault, man. Hex Color, you wanted me to join a call. Why the fuck I just get 3 messages from Cat50 God? You did that. Now I'm not talking to you. You summoned him to me. Thanks a lot.
New language, but to the original language too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You can dub.
Времени хуже. Это вашу мать.
Counter-Strike tuber 3clicks Philip dubbed 2 of a Russian creator's
You
videos about
summoned him
into English.
I want to do a video on Cat50 God, but that would literally get my channel deleted. But if anybody would like a video of Cat50 God in 2022 trying to fuck Hazel Lynn for 30 minutes, let me know. I got a link to it. I'm not publicly posting it, but it's a private link
with permission
on my channel.
It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us.
And the best part about the video is you get to see me cheating in 2022 and still sucking at dungeons. That's the best part.
Sukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English.
I think a lot of people are inclined to protect creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very academic-sounding problem, like something that happens in research papers or journalism, not something that you can do in a silly
I'm gonna
video
queue up
made
the
for
autism
entertainment
video
purposes.
after
Why are we
this. I'm gonna
holding
just restart
YouTubers
it.
to standards?
didn't
That
get
would be
that
like
much in it.
expecting accurate history from someone
Hey,
whose
G,
name has historian.
about
Because
time,
YouTubers often
motherfucker.
project a sense
How
of
about
being
that?
scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs. It feels almost wrong to expect
No,
them to
GG,
be
my man.
professional, but a lot of them are professionals,
Congrats.
regardless how authentic their persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers
Oh. Oh my fucking god. Cat of 50 God DM me. Hi, looking for profile review like how you review Bennett. Cat of 50 God, if I review you, I ain't doing no profile review. I'm doing a full, like, video explaining you.
simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creating
You know what, fuck it. Don't say bad words, please. If you do, I will cry. I don't like your profile picture, either. Wait. The fuck did you send me shit for? We have messages? Oh, you were asking me questions. Ooh. 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 I don't even remember what we were talking about, but whatever. Alright, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Alright, let's hear it.
Okay.
voices.
So.
Dog.
It's inventory.
Dog. You sound like the Terminator. What's wrong with your mic?
Dude.
You sound like.
What do you mean?
Dog, you sound like those people that are trying to stay anonymous in a documentary. Alright.
I'm not doing anything.
It sounded like that at first, but first things first.
It's inventory.
Okay, inventory. Okay.
The reason for his inventory, he was helping me max the museum, right?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to free 20 levels. He doesn't play the game. So, but he wanted some stuff back. So I gave him that stuff, like all that snowy stuff.
Yeah.
I gave those back, and he just doesn't play the game, so I guess he didn't do it. The Atom Split, I don't know, like, what is wrong with him. I don't know why he has a clean Atom Split, but a hyper-maxed whatever's before it. I don't really know what's up with that.
Dog, it looked like he just got done looting. I'm gonna be real.
His bank is like that because he's awful. There's no reason. He's just bad.
Yeah, but how the fuck? There isn't change.
Just awful.
There isn't change in this
awful.
game. That's
It's just awful.
That's what killed me. I was trying to talk about that he's the. I don't even know if he's the guild leader for Divine Kings, but I saw his bank be 20 cents. How the fuck did that happen?
He was just awful. I think it actually might have happened because I took his 7 mil bank.
You have change in your... Yeah, but you don't have 2 dimes in it. That's the difference.
That's true.
If you have 2 dimes in your bank, they close your account. Okay.
Act broke, stay rich.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Dog, I would
he's not the best.
Dog, when I was in Divine Kings, every single day, his first message, yo, has anybody got a cactus knife? Yo, anybody?
Okay, no. So he got all the farming stuff because he wanted to max museum. Did you talk about his net worth?
I don't know his net worth, no.
He has a 20 bill net worth. You know that, right?
Goated, that's what that is.
With 3,500 M7 runs.
Yeah, that's... Oh, trust me, that's light work. I'm gonna look at Genesis tomorrow. The M6 God. But no, out of 50 God, talking about he need a profile review. I am not doing that stupid shit. What? Why would I need to
Call
look?
with-
Like, if I would have to explain Catafit to God. That's the biggest issue. Like he has.
You don't understand how bad his island was and how bad the chests were before I cleaned it up. This is one of the few chests that stayed.
The reason I had to make the video is because I said I should make a video on this guy, and people were like, "Who's Bennett?" I'm like, "Oh,
Dude, Ben's the best. Dude, how do you not know my infamous co-op number?
well, that's how it feels with a lot of people. Like when I first came back to the game, I didn't know who Ben Arthur was because I never played Dungeons, and it was like my friend Reen, DTallBad _, and they're doing M4. They're looking for another person. They're like, "Oh, Bennett Arthur's in the lobby." My friend Reen said, "If you fucking invite him, I'm leaving." And they ended up inviting him, and they were doing 8-minute runs.
Well, he still has a 0 coin bank, so that's.
I think it's just funnier to see 20 cents. I'm gonna be real.
Oh nope, never mind. He's got 20 cents. Still,
Big
it just
dub.
didn't show.
All right, well, thank you. That inventory definitely confused the fuck out of me. So I'm glad that's.
Yeah. Hold up. You need to see the museum.
It said his
I need to
museum
show
value
you
was
his stuff.
was 3 million.
Yeah, it's because he gave me everything in it.
Oh,
I
did
still
he?
have it. Okay, I'm pulling up the superior armor. He has hypermaxed wisdom ancient superior, but he doesn't have it on his storm.
Dog, I remember like last year or something. My friends joined the VC and it's like, "Oh my god, dude, Bennett just put Legion 3 on his stuff."
That is something to celebrate, I will admit. Bennett hasn't even put ancient on my Necron.
He's just taking his time, man. I've always said that Bennett plays on a Leapfrog tablet. He doesn't understand. He plays on 1.20. That's
awful. Okay, I need to get a 1 for all Axe of the Shredded.
I do
1
not.
for all Scorpion Foil.
Oh wait, what the fuck?
Oh, there it is. He's got a max Vorpal Katana with Swarm 5 on it, but he has a clean atom split.
Yeah, you need that museum value. I don't know where the fuck he got it, but
There's so much little stuff. He just has hypermaxed everything. Not everything. He's just.
yeah, because he
That
looted
is the worst player. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, no. As his co-op, getting 20 mil. Okay, I joined his co-op because I wanted to play the game again after I got ratted. So I joined his co-op. He was kind of rich, but he's not rich. Everything is soulbound.
Yeah, that's he's like, they ain't gonna get my shit. You're just gonna void it.
I've made more money than Bennett in the last month selling healing rings on the auction house than he has all year.
Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me that. Let me make a method
Oh,
tap
no.
in.
Why are they still in the auction house? He hasn't sold. There's 17 on the auction house that are expired, and he just hasn't claimed them.
Yo, let me get some of that. I'll hold it.
You don't buy like.
Oh no.
7 double chest?
Hell no. But
Sure.
I'm good. Thank you for showing me this. Very good journey.
That need
yeah, hold on.
To be taken seriously as part of the next
Give me 1
generation of
second.
media. And also uwu small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional things they do. We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit, so they don't check. And on top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious mistakes and made-up facts, which we haven't even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole, no one questions it. I've seen James repeat a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, "Truth does not do as much good in the world as the appearance of truth does evil." Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place. A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making small talk, and I made a joke that was actually quite funny about the topic we were talking about. And this big YouTuber, she laughed and took out her phone and tweeted it. She heard my joke and just casually went, "Oh, I'll have that." And it became her joke, and she just took it. People really liked the joke too, which felt kind of good, but not really. And what are you gonna do, complain? And start a massive public fight with someone extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks. And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a multi-millionaire. When people hit a certain level of celebrity, they start to think the world actually revolves around them, and they can just take something if they want and say it's theirs.
Thank you.
I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just fucking weird. I'm not smart enough to know what we're supposed to do about plagiarism. I think trying to fix it in any systemic way could risk making it worse. Let's imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is
you should go to bed
plagiarism
after
or
this
not.
one, even
And
if they
I don't
decide
like
to keep
the idea of YouTube
Oh wait,
having
no. After it's better together. Alright, we're free.
more power than they already have. If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the Illuminatis of the world wouldn't stop. They'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this. Just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as it is actual infringement of copyright. A system like this would also allow bad actors to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened.
Why the fuck was it? Okay, whatever, man.
To me, I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up. I'm half expecting some of the people this video was about to try it with this one. Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes peeled for that. As technology progresses, the methods of plagiarism are getting stranger and more complex. The hot new tool in the stealing tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as stealing. Sorry, that's an oversimplification. The process is called, complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large dataset of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smushing all the stolen data together and using pattern recognition to try to guess the next word. It can't actually intuit things based on context. Here's what ChatGPT thinks I'd say about ChatGPT. It's like having your own personal tutor, therapist, and fact-checker rolled into one. So whether you're here for the knowledge, the banter, or just to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, buckle up. It knows I say buckle up. I'll give you that. None of the people whose stuff was stolen to create this were asked permission or compensated. I certainly wasn't, but you bet they're charging you a monthly subscription for the privilege of using Theft Machine 4.0. When you look into it, a large language model actually does, it boils down to a slightly more advanced version of mashing the predictive text button on your phone, which makes it especially dangerous when it comes to writing reliable information. AI frequently hallucinates imaginary people, books, and historical events, because it doesn't actually know any facts, just what facts look like. It's like asking James who came up with Disney Gay Days. You can't trust it. They had to put "Don't trust me" at the bottom so they don't get in trouble for inventing a machine that makes up lies. But because it has copied a lot of text and can guess a lot of new ways of saying it, the power this tool brings specifically to thieves is tremendous. ChatGPT's one truly impressive feature is how well it enables plagiarism. You could just paste a bunch of stolen stuff you got from Wikipedia or someone else's video in there and tell it to rewrite it so it sounds different. I wouldn't be surprised if James's videos suddenly stop having easily detectable plagiarism in them right around the time computers become able to launder this type of theft. Now it's a machine accidentally changing the quotes. Some creators have found people copying their work using this exact method, feeding their videos' transcripts into a GPT, asking for a different sounding version and using it as the basis for a new video. While it's scary to consider a world where machines crank out videos copying your work and replace you, the plagiarism is extremely obvious. It's just someone's script reworded badly. The thumbnails are just a thesaurus version of the originals that doesn't even make sense, and the videos themselves actively demonstrate they're using footage from the original video. It's sloppy. The videos are unwatchably bad, so no one watched them. When someone finally did, they were caught immediately. Not to downplay the chance for these to be successful, or the possibility of a more sophisticated version in the future, but it's heartening to recognize that these aren't even really AI. A person had to make these videos. It's still just people doing the stealing here. Pointing out AI was involved is almost a misdirection. A human being stole a video and made his own. All the AI did was speed up the process of making a shitty, obviously stolen video by doing the bad rewriting for them. People have been ripping each other off long before AI happened, and for now, it's still people. So, why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff, but these are small things. There's other ways of getting those. The reason humans copy like this, I think, goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built for humans, do we? There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world. And the people claiming to have one for you are really just trying to sell you something. We spend most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away, or find something to placate them. It's either ennui, or being ennuied. I know it's a little pretentious, but we're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us, and we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who
How long
seems
have
to
I
have
even
it
been
figured
streaming
out,
for?
making you feel better and entertaining you, and seeming
Alright,
to
have a
attract an
good one.
audience on this roulette wheel of opinion, that's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand
been
what they're
streaming for
supposed to
today?
be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people wanting to be exactly like the AVGN sounds silly.
6.5 hours. Damn.
But he knew who he was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh, in fact, you're supposed to. But that's a human being with purpose. There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore.
Bye-bye,
It's
Les.
very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing. In real life, James Rolfe is a human being with all sorts of problems and fears, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to be like the person he seems, someone who knows their place in the world. I know this is getting a bit pretentious and heavy for a video about plagiarism, but I do worry there are people out there who will never get the chance to become who they are, because they're too busy trying to be like someone else who, at best, has it figured out for themselves just a little bit. I feel like I know who I am and how to live my life, and that makes me feel happy and somewhat complete. And I don't think I'd have ever found myself if I was trying to chase someone else's sense of completeness. Basically, no one knows how to live your life, and you might not either, but the only person who's going to figure it out is you. And you won't find that by trying to be the next that person. You can only be the first of whoever it is that you are. Other people help in small ways, though. They give you pointers to who you could be.
I
And I think what makes me happiest in
need
the world is
iron.
feeling
I need
like
iron.
might have
I need
helped some people with that. People
iron.
take inspiration from my work sometimes, and that is very cool. It's the ultimate flattery, and let's be honest, the closest I'll ever come to having children. If you find any happiness or success making something creatively, and you think I helped, thank you. Feeling like I can do that for someone makes me happy in a way I can't describe.
There we go. God
And,
damn.
If you find a lot of success doing it, give me all of your money.
Pretty good video. Lo-fi bitch Scott. Alright, cool. Let me do this. Alright, so I need to get my personal deleter out. Accessory bag. What up? Dog. You just fucking missed it, Jack. Oh my fucking god. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. I'm not kidding, Jack. We got 5 double powders in a row. I've been meaning to do something else in this game for the past hour and a half, and I couldn't escape double powder. Oh my... Yeah. Hold on. Sorry about that, I had to go piss. I don't even care about these redstone anymore. No. Absolutely not. Why would I get off? I was just saying it was insane how long it fucking took for that double powder to goddamn stop. What? What tally am I missing? I'm missing one? Yeah, of course. Once I have a decent enough setup for, like, money, I'll probably start the Rift. Because at the moment, I'm still trying to get set on, all this shit. Wait, do I already... Wait, matter of fact, let me go to my Discord real quick. I need to do slash... Who? Team. Code red. Code red team. Why the fuck is Cat 50 God in my Discord? Why is he in the Discord? Why is Cat 50 God in the Discord? Who gave him the Discord? That ain't good. Oh, oh. Accessory name. Leah is bad at Blaze. What tallies do I need? Missing. Lava tally. Yeah, let me get a Bluetooth ring. Fuck it. Why does it seem like I don't have... Like, is my accessory bag not going up? Fuck, going... Girl, you got... It's just Jasper one. I need to upgrade. I need to get 655 soon, but I don't got money, so... Lol. Where the fuck is it? I need to do experiment. Table. Wait. You gonna give me the money for a Devondro? You can look for these nuts in your mouth. Okay, man. I not? Oh, whoops. Hold on. Somebody added me on Discord. No. I'm not ending. I was just messaging a friend on Discord. Because I got added. I don't check Discord. I have all that shit muted. So whenever I accidentally see something, I'm like, okay. Hey boys, welcome back. Nah, not yet. Oh, nice. Please don't call me sir, I'll end my life. You start selling some shit. How am I gonna stop at? I really don't know. Alright, so that much is max for that. Okay, cool. So I can get both of those maxed as of right now. Cool. I don't know. I guess for right now I could do a little bit of Skatha mining. I did buy this Magic Vine set. Huh. I don't need max speed. There's eventually a soft cap. That's why I'm just trying to go for mining fortune at the moment. What am I thinking? Because right now, mining fortune right there, 1319. I don't even know if that's good, but fuck it. What I'm gonna do is this. Since I got 2 pet rules, so I'm gonna change this to bow pet, so I can go mine all the way at the bottom. I'm gonna put that right there. Keep that. If y'all gon' donate the money for me to get it, I'll get it right now. If not, I'm gonna need y'all to shut the fuck up. Wait, day 16. Get me the fuck out of this lobby. Day 4, guaranteed the entire bottom of this bitch over here is donezo. Just doing that for right now. I don't really give a shit. Wait, has nobody been down here? Ooh, bet. So here's what we gonna do. I know it's a double powder, I don't give a shit. To be real, I don't fucking care about no goddamn double powder. Oh yeah, Rolls down there. Button 2. Oh wait, hold on. Feels weird being down here and not seeing one of these already maxed out or whatever. Anytime you want to give me one game, I don't mind. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Um. Trying to think. Not getting anything. What the fuck? Literally doing it the way I'm supposed to. Give me my fucking shit. Give me a worm. One of you fuckers slurped out the worms. Don't answer that question. I don't want to know the answer. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do this. Gaitha Pro setting. Let's see how long it's gonna be. In 6 minutes and no worm? Matter of fact, let me go on the Skatha Pro server. I need to see if I'm tripping or if it's like... I swear this is like a bug. Know what I mean? Oh, now, after I'm done shit talking, you want to do some shit now. Okay, bitch. Wait, I'm in the wrong Discord. That's not what I want to look at. Dog, what is my luck? I swear there's like a bug. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let me find another video to put on. Fuck it. Bitch, shut up. Ba-ba-ba. Fuck is this video? 3.5-hour video called Deuce X. Human Revolution is fine, and here is why. Show on the screen. I don't think it does. Oh. Did that even show anything? Oh no, not really. Do.
In June 2000, Ion Storm released Deus Ex. Deus Ex is one of the best games ever made. Its engaging free-form gameplay and complex storytelling quickly cemented it as one of the true classics of the medium. So the developer went bankrupt. If that line sounds familiar to you, get used to it, like 12 more videos are gonna start this way. Eidos Interactive, the game's publisher, was the 51% shareholder in Ion Storm. So when the company closed its doors and the creators quit or got let go, the Deus Ex intellectual property didn't belong to any of the people who, you know, made it, but to a bunch of executives at a publishing company. Then Eidos Interactive's parent company, also named Eidos, which made researching this very confusing, got bought and merged with another game publisher, Sales Curve Interactive. Then they hit major financial trouble and realized they need to make games to survive, and opened a new development studio in Canada, which began development on the next Deus Ex game. While that was happening, things were going great at SCI. Just kidding, it went so bad the CEO got fired. To get a fresh start, they renamed the company to Eidos. Hold on a second. Then they got bought again, this time by Square Enix. Square Enix said they were going to leave Eidos to themselves, then changed their mind and forcibly merged the company with their European branch, and oh my god, isn't the game industry so normal and fine? While all of that was happening, the team at Eidos Montreal had to somehow make a video game. The making of documentary for this new Deus Ex game begins with a bunch of talk about how great it is to work with Eidos, from French-Canadian developers wearing t-shirts with the Eidos branding.
Eidos has a very rich IP portfolio. I mean, their projects are just great. Their IPs are very rich.
Partway through, Eidos disappears from the story completely because they stopped existing and they suddenly had completely different bosses. Being owned by Square Enix came with some benefits though. They got to reference Final Fantasy a few times. One of the bosses, a big guy with a gun for an arm, got to be named Barrett. They put a poster on some characters' walls for a Final Fantasy 27. You know, because it's the future. It's cute. So it wasn't all bad. Just kidding, it was bad. The executives at Square Enix weren't going to let them do this. They didn't want to risk damaging the Final Fantasy brand any more than Kingdom Hearts already. The team at Eidos Montreal had to argue their way up the corporate chain of the business that just bought them, all the way up to Yoichi Wada, the president and director of the entire company, to get permission to put a funny poster in the background of their game. Deus Ex used to be a series that criticized the bizarre machinations of corporations so big no one knows who they're working for, where intellectual property and brand management mattered more than people, a world where one company can own half your childhood, a system governed more by tax incentives and corporate subsidies than people. It asked important questions about the future of mankind, about who wielded power over others and what their interests really were. A story sometimes so accurate in its guesses, it seems less fictitious now than ever. But then, many years and corporate acquisitions later, comes Deus Ex Human Revolution, the game that dares to ask the question, what if we had robot arms? Deus Ex Human Revolution is pretty good. It's fun. Yeah. I have a tendency to make videos about things I either really love or really hate, so just to clear up any potential confusion here, this game is fine. Good job, guys. I'm about to spend, oh my god, complaining about it, but I need to say, this was the first game by a new studio, and it was being made while they were being bought out by Square Enix, by a team that had never previously worked on any games even remotely like Deus Ex. I might not think the game is perfect, but it is a genuine achievement that it's this good. So why am I talking about it then? That's a good question. Me? Well, here's the thing. The original Deus Ex belonged to a special subgenre of games named the immersive sim. In a sentence, immersive sims are games that feel just that little bit more like worlds you're taking part in. They prioritized the player's freedom to choose how to solve problems and then dealing with the consequences of those choices, and being able to find creative and unexpected solutions, often ones the developers themselves hadn't thought of, by being built in a way that could respond well to player creativity. There's a lot of different ways you can define an immersive sim, but there's only one real one. Can you solve a problem intended to be solved with a gun by stacking a bunch of boxes and going over it? In the late 90s and early 2000s, immersive sims were coming out fairly often, and people still look back fondly on many of those games. But then, almost overnight, they disappeared. An entire genre of games basically died out for years. But a couple of years back, we started to get more of them again, and they're amazing and beautiful, and a lot like the games that people remember. Human Revolution is a fascinating orphan of history. It came out between the two golden ages of the immersive sim, when this type of game wasn't considered popular or profitable enough. So while they were making it, the team made a lot of changes to try and make it a bit like other games people liked at the time, trying to streamline it and make it more accessible for a console audience. I'll give you 3 guesses why they decided the game needed third-person cover shooting, and at the time of release, people seemed happy with its compromises. But the thing about immersive sims is, they were already great and didn't need changing. Recent games like the new Prey have proven immersive sims barely need to change at all from how they were 20 years ago to be amazing at what they're trying to do. So when the Human Revolution team decided the Deus Ex formula was broken, all their fixes actually made it less like what makes these games great. So today, in this year's self-therapy session masquerading as a video game analysis, I'll be trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Deus Ex, to see what we can learn about how, or how not, to modernize a classic. Because there's a lot more at stake here than just one beloved franchise. After doing some digging into the lineage of the intellectual property rights of some of my favorite franchises, I discovered Square Enix might not just be rebooting / remaking / beating the dead horses of the Deus Ex, Tomb Raider, and Thief properties. No, a much more important franchise lives under their jurisdiction. One of the most important and meaningful stories in gaming history. I'm speaking, of course, about Gex. The Gex trilogy sold millions of copies and arguably saved the world. But there hasn't been a new Gex since 1999, and due to Crystal Dynamics' acquisition by Eidos in 1998, Square Enix's 2009 acquisition of the company that bought Eidos and renamed itself to Eidos means it's only a matter of time before Squeenix puts someone to work, reviving the sleeping god in their possession. So for all our sakes, it's worth seeing if we can learn from other attempts to revive old franchises and come up with some general pointers. Gex and Deus Ex form a symbiont circle. What happens to one of them will affect the other. You must understand this. So we have to do this for Gex. If we're not careful, he'll be in the next Kingdom Hearts and kiss Goofy and society will fucking crumble. A really good test of role-playing games is how quickly players get to do that. In Deus Ex, you press New Game, and then you're making a character. Then there's an opening cutscene, and bam, you're at your first mission, the iconic and impressively open-ended Liberty Island level. A huge part of why this game still works so well is how instantaneously it makes you feel like you're playing it your own way. You've only just decided your character's starting abilities, and already you're being told to put them to use how you see fit to capture the NSF leader holed up in the Statue of Liberty. Within literally seconds of starting the game, you're being asked to pick a new weapon by a character whose appearance changes based on what your character looks like because he's your brother. That's a pretty freeing way to start a game, giving players a bunch of choices and already reacting to one they made in the character creation screen. But this type of opening isn't unique to Deus Ex though, it's a staple of the genre. In, I don't know, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, you make a character, cutscene, funny tutorial that you can skip, welcome to Santa Monica. It's just like it is in real life. The high watermark here, of course, is Fallout New Vegas, instantly plopping the character you just made in the world with next to no limits where to go and what to do. Putting the player in the driver's seat as quickly as possible creates a sense of agency, which is pivotal in games that prioritize making choices and playing a role. Role-playing games. What a concept! In Deus Ex Human Revolution, I was a bit worried when I realized there wasn't anything like a character creation screen, but hey, I'm old, maybe those are outdated now. I did do a little cringe when I saw the highest difficulty was called Give Me Deus Ex, though. Sure, tell me to have high expectations. That hasn't ruined my life before.
Is everything in place?
Almost.
What do you mean?
Almost.
The game begins with the weekly Illuminati Zoom conference, where they ominously discuss their plans while trying to change the default profile picture. Apart from one teeny, tiny, massive problem, I really like this opening. I especially like how short it pretends to be. The intro ends, and bam, you are Adam Jensen, head of security at Sarif Industries. Oh, it's really thematic if you think about it. You see, Adam is a clever reference to Seinfeld.
Remember my friend Adam from Detroit?
Yeah, the guy with the augmented. I do like that it zooms in on his head to start the game. I'm glad someone's repping the classics. Wow, that was pretty quick. It's time to begin the first level and start playing the game. Nope. You see, the problem with the original Deus Ex was you didn't spend 20 minutes watching JC Denton waddle around his office making small talk first. The opening cutscene is far from over. The top scientist at Sarif Industries is Adam's ex-girlfriend, but they're still pretty close. You can tell because they decided to pose her like a teenage anime schoolgirl.
And I thought women were the ones who kept men waiting.
Oh, gender! The introduction isn't 1 minute of ominous, interesting dialogue followed by gameplay. It's followed by many minutes of walking and talking, meaningless techno-babble.
But the increased neural peptides coming from the PDOT cluster...
That actually happens twice.
I'm thinking the glial tissue breakdown we noticed after splicing in the repressive protein might be the cause.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Cytometer.
We might get a more accurate reading.
And then you get to watch a weapons demonstration, argue with your co-workers in the elevator, watch the planes go by, and listen to your boss tell you how important all that stuff was for the future of the human race before they realize they're losing you, so a terrorist attack happens. There we go. Oh boy, a call to action. Now we can finally start the game. The unskippable tutorial for how to play the game. We need to make sure you know how to crouch, move boxes around, use vents, and take cover. Click on enemies to shoot them. Okay, now do it a few more times just in case. Okay, well, at least it's over, and now we all know how to play, so now we can start the game. Watch another cutscene. Adam gets knackered by some bastards. Then the bad man shoots him into a hospital where the game transitions into a really cool opening sequence. Adam has most of his body replaced with mechanical parts and the music swells and yeah, it's a really cool opening. And now, finally, after the opening cutscene and the walk and talk and all this setup and a tutorial and another cutscene, the game can start. Here he is. Here's our boy. Oh man, they're doing it again! Yeah! Finally, you can play the game! Start a sequence where Adam comes back into work to get his heads-up display fixed by the IT guy on his way to the first mission. Only then can you go to the helipad, and after another cutscene, you have a conversation in the aircraft with your boss about the mission you're headed into and get to pick a weapon. The first real choice in the game. As a reminder, you're making the same choice literally 5 seconds into the original Deus Ex.
Give me the GEP gun. The GEP gun might be useful.
That might have been over the line, JC.
I kind of wanted to know how fast the intro could go if you were going as fast as possible and skipping everything, but when I tried that, I hit a little snag. How quickly can you give me Deus Ex? Come on, let's do it.
What if I'm late? Got a big day.
Come on. Okay, right. Oh, you're kidding me, you can't even skip it? I went for a piss while I was recording the intro of the director's cut, and there was still like 2 minutes left of this. I should have bothered to wash my hands. Fun fact, the Human Revolution speedrunning community have a shared save file that starts right after the walk and talk, because holy shit, can you imagine having to sit through that every time? Oh my god, I can't even close the game to stop the experiment. It just goes to this screen. You can't even open the menu. Alt F4.
I'm trying to think what I want to do right now. I still want to continue mine. Oh, I should do experiment table real quick though. Get another one. I need to think. No. I want it. I want to mine right now. Need a way to make some money.
Okay, you can at least quit that way. It crashed. It's fucking crashed. Now, I get what they're going for. Games with a more linear cinematic intent like Red Dead Redemption or The Last of Us or even Half-Life bring you into the narrative by slowly building to their gameplay like this. But for RPGs with a focus on player freedom and choice, this is the opposite of what you should do. The player doesn't feel like they're taking part in the story when they can barely control where Adam aims his head for most of his big introduction. For games like Deus Ex, which Human Revolution says it's trying to give people, you want the player to have a sense of control as soon as possible. Once it's over though, everything really picks up, so it's not that big a deal. But if it's not a big deal, then why did I waste so much time complaining about it? Well, first of all, leave me alone, it's my video, I can do what I want. And secondly, I think this choice reflects a pretty serious misunderstanding about what makes these games fun to—
What? Why's that not working? Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. I meant to have I thought I had this on screen, I'm sorry.
play. You see, this is an exact mistake the original game almost made too. See, I'm going somewhere with this. Please subscribe. They originally planned to begin with meeting all of your co-workers in your base, talking to everyone, a lot of exposition and setup and introductions, basically a lot of busy work that wouldn't be that fun to do first thing the instant you hit new game, before there was an attack on UNATCO HQ that necessitated going into action. In other words, they had the same idea as the people who made Human Revolution, but they later realized it would be better if they started with gameplay and deliberately switched the order. This introduces a minor weird plot thing. You arrive on an island to deal with a terrorist attack, and it's right next to where your new base happens to be. This would have made slightly more sense when you started at the base and went out when they attacked headquarters, which is how it seemed to work in original footage from betas of the game. But it was worth it to make this change because the player feels like a part of the story now, which is, you know, the goal of role-playing games. You don't feel like a part of the story by watching the character do things, you feel that way by getting to do things as the character. And there's a big difference there. I don't like giving direct advice like I know the exact correct way to make a game, but guys, start the game here. Start at the thing or in the plane on the way to the thing. The next game, Mankind Divided, did exactly that. You start on the plane. I mean, it had 3 more opening sequences after it for some reason. More importantly than any of this though, we need to circle back to the most fascinating part of this whole thing. Deus Ex Human Revolution recreated an exact problem the original game almost had and then fixed during development. I think we need to explore how something like that can happen, right? So, the development of Human Revolution was a bit of a mess. I mean, first off, this was a new studio making their first game. You can't just snap your fingers and open a new 350-person development studio overnight. You have to build that, you know? And in this case, literally, when the studio opened—
What I'm doing now, I'm probably just gonna go back to powder mining. Fuck it, I don't got anything else I can think of. At least not at the moment, that is, so.
the building they planned to make their offices wasn't even finished being built.
These guys left everything to come to a brand new studio with not even permanent offices yet.
Building a new studio can't be easy. Now, you're clever, so you're probably wondering why so many game companies open studios in Montreal. I'm sure French Canadians make for excellent game designers, but the answer is money. Here's the annual cost of hiring a video game programmer in various major cities. San Francisco, $119,404. Austin, where Deus Ex was developed, $91,161. Vancouver,
You missed it, Gennaro. You got fucking 5 goddamn things in a row. 5 of them. God. Look, fuck.
$78,500. Toronto's almost at $78,000. They're getting there. Montreal, $72,335. Montreal with government tax credit, $45,209. Up to 37.5% of the cost of your employees' salaries are effectively given back to you by the province. Look, all I'm saying is I can telepathically predict where companies will open their next game studio.
Don't believe me? It's all in the number.
What is it? There was 5 double powders in a row. At a certain point, I was getting sick of double powder.
What, were Ida's supposed to open a new studio in Texas again? The biggest game studio headquartered in Texas now is, I think, Gearbox, right? And guess where they're opening their new studio? Come to work at Gearbox, Quebec. They don't pay very well, but they promise really good bonuses. I mean, they promised them. Eidos Montreal also had to deal with the fact that they're the Canadian branch of a company that doesn't exist. They got acquired by another company while they were trying to make their first game. That's got to make the development process a little more complicated.
It's 2 years or more of development. You never know how it's going to turn out.
It's easy to see why some aspects of the process got misplaced. Okay, I don't want to make any more excuses for the developers, it's starting to feel a bit condescending. Let's talk about some of the choices the developers made about how to design this game. In a hugely informative Game Developers Conference talk about the development of Human Revolution, gameplay director Francois Lapicus, sorry if I...
No. It wasn't a lobby bug. It was literally, it rolled 5 times in a row.
I'm pronouncing that wrong. My my Canadian French isn't great, says during pre-production, the team planned the entire game and all of its features and mechanics in advance and then stuck to that plan throughout development, executing all of it with very few changes.
We did not redo systems. We did not rethink the game. We just went full speed ahead. We knew exactly what we wanted this game to be, what we wanted the player to feel.
Having a plan makes sense, but traditionally in game development, plans change over time as you see your game ideas in action and iterate and make changes. Human Revolution's main design team wrote all their initial ideas on huge sheets of paper and then stuck them to the walls and followed them religiously.
Everything I've shown you so far, we put on huge sheets of paper, which we papered the walls over with.
Before they'd actually made the game, had a chance to see how it felt to play or test things out, they'd already decided how almost everything was going to be.
So by having it on walls every single morning when we came in, we saw exactly what we needed to do. They were so important, in fact, that when we moved to our final offices, it's the first thing we put up.
By the end, the team had made a game that was absolutely brilliant. On paper. When I say Human Revolution feels like the first few ideas a bunch of guys had in a brainstorming session right at the start of development, that's because it is the first few ideas a bunch of guys had in a brainstorming session right at the start of development. Basically the whole game.
Blueprint was a way for us to chart the whole game in advance. Just to show you this is half of the blueprint.
Basically the whole game had been planned out on spreadsheets before they'd discovered, you know, some of it is boring and time consuming. And then they realized they'd forgotten to plan half the stuff that needed to be there and had to add major components to the game at the last minute, and everybody hated them. Lapicus apologizes directly in his talk for the boss fights.
They were a big part of the game and we should have put more efforts in them, so truly sorry about that.
While I was watching this talk, I was beginning to write a joke in my notebook, like, I guess no one wrote about the boss fights on the walls, but it turns out that actually happened.
Remember the directions sheets I was talking about at the beginning? We didn't have one for boss fights. We kind of forgot about it. Because we didn't have these direction sheets, we didn't really know what we were doing with boss fights.
Game development is a complicated process where initial ideas you had in a vacuum months ago might turn out not to work in practice. Just as a comparison, the team behind the original Deus Ex threw away half of their design document partway through.
We ended up with, are you sitting down, 500 pages of documentation. Yeah, no one read it.
Warren Spector, the director of the first game, is really open about how much rethinking needed to be done to make the game what it is, even though they thought they knew everything they needed at the end of pre-production. The year Deus Ex came out, he wrote a retrospective for Gamma Sutra, which incidentally changed its name to Game Developer while I was writing this video, which was confusing, and part of it covers just how much of their ideas got thrown out or replaced.
That knowledge allowed us to go through our 500-page design document and cut everything that was extraneous, winnowing it down to a svelte 270 pages. Less game? Not at all. What was left was the best 270 pages, the stuff that worked.
We were open to change. Be open to change. Anybody who tells you that, you know, when you get to the end of pre-production, you've got a script and nothing changes has never made a game, right?
Blueprint was a way for us to chart the whole game in advance.
On the one hand, you have a game that appears to have been designed pretty intensively before they'd even made any of it. And on the other, you have a team months from release who realize there's a problem and go, wait, hold on a second.
Like, me and Warren and Chris would sit in a room and fight like cats and dogs. And it's just kind of weird that you introduce some of these characters, you interact with them a little bit, and then they're just gone. He shows up in Mission 1, he shows up in Mission 2, he shows up in Mission 4, and then you never hear from him again. What happened to that guy? And it was a powerful question, because it was one of the basics of storytelling that we as video game designers weren't yet applying. And so we went back.
Now, I'm sure I could wrap this point up here in a neat little bow and say something like, the real test of a creative work isn't having a lot.
Damn! Damn! I've never seen one that high. God.
Lot of good ideas, it's understanding when you have to change them to make them work. But then you have to ask, why would anyone be so rigid about pre-production and unwilling to rethink things like this? Well, because they have to be. Think about how much game development has changed since the 90s. If someone had a better idea about a mechanic, or wanted to rewrite the opening or redo some dialogue or swap the first 2 levels, it wasn't too much work, and crucially, not that much work was wasted. It's pretty easy to steer a canoe. Larger ships, however, are notoriously difficult to steer even when you see the problem in time. You know, like in that movie. Speed 2? Games are vastly more expensive to make now. Need scores of programmers, artists, animators, directors, producers, designers, writers. Companies need organizational... Wait, I have more. Production assistants, general managers, composers, sound designers, mocap artists, the entire second company you farmed out the boss fights to. Not to mention voice actors you have to call back in to do more work if you need to change anything big. And incidentally, one of Human Revolution's other really big problems exists completely because they didn't want to have to call back a voice actor.
I never asked for this.
Things do need to be planned that much more in advance and stuck to pretty strictly if all these folks are going to manage to come together to produce something that works at all. If someone on the team thought the opening kinda sucked and needed some reworking, and I'm willing to bet several of them did, what were they gonna do? Cut out millions of dollars of work? Remove all that content you made and have to make even more? Tell the higher-ups you blew a ton of time and money and need more of it? They had to fight all the way to the top to get a fucking poster in here. Do you think they're gonna get that far asking them for the time to redo something this big? Now, I'm not strictly saying they wanted to fix the opening and couldn't. There's no way of knowing for certain unless someone who worked at IDOS Montreal wants to go on record. Please email me. I'm just saying that in the AAA landscape that has sprouted as gaming became one of the biggest industries on the planet, you have so much less room to change and improve once you realize a guy disappears after Mission 4. And guess what? A guy literally does disappear after Mission 4. We'll get to that later. Human Revolution has many of the exact problems the original Deus Ex team have described their game having before they had the chance to go back and fix it. It just didn't get the polish and rethinking that made Deus Ex 1 quite so special. And this leads to much bigger problems than a boring opening. If you asked me what was the most important thing about these games, and you're watching this video so implicitly you are asking me, I'd say it's giving the player agency, giving them the freedom to make their own choices. Most of Human Revolution's biggest issues spring from a misunderstanding of what this actually means. Instead of giving players meaningful choices to make as Adam Jensen, lots of the game is about watching Adam Jensen make his own choices without the player's control.
Need to upgrade
During
my
the first level of the manufacturing plant, while you're making your way through or past the gang that has occupied it, there are hostages you can try to save, and there's also a climactic standoff with Zeke Sanders, the ringleader, who has a hostage at gunpoint. You can trigger a shootout where he kills the hostage and then attacks you, but if you're quick enough, you can take him out first and the hostage survives. You can also just let him go. This will cause the hostage to be killed in the crossfire during his escape. But you can actually talk him into letting her go and just walking out. One of the hostages you can save earlier is this woman's husband. If you saved both of them, they feel indebted to you and tell you to catch up with them later at their place.
You're a true hero, man. I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
If you do, they give you the address of an arms dealer and get him to give you a discount. This is a really neat little side story that ties into the player's actions. The discount isn't even that useful for reasons we'll explore later, and these characters don't do anything else afterwards, but you don't need any wider effects than that for this to work.
I can never thank you enough for what you did.
The fun here comes from feeling, briefly, that you're tangibly involved in two tiny little digital lives. That the things you're doing, and how you do them, can make a difference. This side quest is genuinely really nice. However, it's also the best you're getting. When it comes to the main story, the thing you're focusing on for most of the game, the player has little to no freedom or control. You get to choose the in-flight meal, but the plane's on autopilot, and oh no, a metaphor for the direction the story's taking. The actual story of the manufacturing plant level is about Adam walking in on a hacker going after the company's sensitive data. And I say Adam here, not the player, because once you reach the door, you're forced to watch him immediately get seen by the hacker and watch him get hacked by a double hacker and then fail to stop the hacker shooting himself.
Help me!
This is an important story moment they thought would be really cool, you see, so the player's ability to interact with it needed to take a back seat. You don't...
What did Tazboy say? Oh, he stole my title. That gay boy did. Skyblock streams. Twitch. As. Okay. As. Steal my title.
Double network? True! To become anon, you must... To understand anon, you must become anon. Someone to gift me a rank? Why do you need someone to gift you a rank? What? What the Sigma?
Oh, how delayed is his stream?
To have more profiles? Do you not have VIP? Huge, honey, huge.
So confused. How delayed is his?
That one bill, but I didn't get it.
Is this stream? Oh.
On Twitch, the minister for LGBTQ plus white man of color. You got some nerve. What do you mean? It is my original idea.
Is it just me, or is his stream delayed as fuck? Who cares? I'm not watching that gay boy anymore.
Get to decide what to do about the hacker. You get to watch a movie.
Patch me to Seraph, now.
Oh yeah, this is great! This could have been an engaging gameplay sequence. The player could have been able to knock them out using stealth or grab them before they managed to shoot themselves, and only get this outcome if they were too slow and failed to stop them. You know, like that thing they do a few minutes later. Just do this, but for the part of the story that actually matters. This would give the player a sense of direct interaction with the major events of the plot. The story wouldn't even need to change too much. Sure, this character dying here probably seems too important at first glance, since the next quest involves breaking into the morgue of a police station to recover his brain computer from his body. But what if, even if you knocked him out, he mysteriously turned up dead in police custody? This would actually enhance the sense of a conspiracy, while also making the player feel like they were involved in it. Instead of being, how dare the police not give my tech startup complete access to a corpse they just recovered 5 minutes ago, it would be, holy shit, they're in on it. They killed him. We can't let them get away with this. Ooh. Hang on, can we just talk about the design of this room for a second? It's built so you can see the hacker when you come in through the frosted glass, but you can't like distract him or come in through another route or shoot him through the glass or get his attention in any way. You just have to watch him playing this animation until you trigger the cutscene by going through the door. You can even see there's another way in, but you can't get over this stuff to get behind it.
I'm gonna take a little break right now, just because powder mining exhausting. Be back in a little bit.